And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind. And I would love you, love you, love you till the end of time. And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind, on my mind. Ooh, on my mind. Yeah.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Sinona magahin Dakuluna masapin Ikanay na hampumoksa hamtodu Igi mamami dumikiki Sa tinahong salapi Ayaw manom na hamtodu Na pamilya Ay nanan mo Ai sao sen vai dai fa maguomu Ai di man di kwam na familia di hagi kapeta Ai lo man na hune di na patu o fan bokan Zai sa dinas na nengkanu sumen mami gilu tonu Para hamini gumaiza iminyokan Ay nanan mami gilutonu Jesus maasini todu ibidamu atanana ampagu ni minauling natitomu Ay sa sen waja maguomu Nanan mami gilutonu Jesus maasini todu ibidamu Pagu ni minauling natsutomu Ai sa sen wajai pa maguomu Saben fan gagaya hatodu gifionu
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
There was a time when I could drink my cares away and drown out all of the heartaches that hurt me night and day. When the thought of you came crashing through, well, I'd have one more. But now the whiskey ain't working anymore. I need one good honky-tonk angel to turn my life around, and that's a reason enough for me to lay this old bottle down, down, down. Well, a woman warm and willing, Lord, that's what I'm looking for. But now the whiskey ain't working anymore. Well, they knew my name at every bar in town, and they knew I was coming around, around, around. 'Cause in my mind, peace I'd find if they'd start to pour. But now the whiskey ain't working anymore. Well, I need one good honky-tonk angel to turn my life around. And that's a reason enough for me to lay this old bottle down. Well, a woman warm and willing, Lord, that's what I'm looking for. And now the whiskey ain't working anymore. Lord, the whiskey ain't working anymore. Oh, that's faux show now.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Forever the same, 'cause only Jah love will remain. Forever the same, never the fortune or the fame. Forever the same, oh, when we call upon his name. Forever the same, say Babylon can't hold the flame. I hear the questions, bickering, tensions, thickening. Friends have agendas, attention. Them listening and Mr. Mention. No intention of giving in. Flame and no flickering. Blaze till you're sick of him. Back with the army, raising a nation. Never for the plays or the praise from your station. See them displays, it's so fake. Run away, man. Health over wealth, I just praise and me stay strong. Hand coulda tired, but the banner up he fly now. Try switch it up, but I be a runner on your guy. Right over might, if we go so then we fight. See me brother lock the spot and burn the fire like Richie Spicer. Mama Elise said you told me to shine. Don't let these fools take control of my mind. Whenever they come for I won't deny Jah, this I'ma reply. Yeah, forever the same, 'cause only Jah love will remain. Forever the same, never the fortune or the fame. Forever the same, oh, when we call upon his name. Forever the same, say Babylon can't hold the flame. Well, I call upon the king, like goosebumps crawl upon my skin. When the verse fall upon rhythm, I remember when me rust upon my father want me trim. Eventually me dip, gonna run and not it all again. Just the most I set the path, and you've got to make the walk and stand taller than a shepherd. Staff through any trial and tribulation in any situation. Rasta say me stay strong. Them I said pyramid, them max if him a mason. Them said the Rasta thing no need no innovation, 'cause we seek the knowledge and the information. We free the people, them are in frustration. So I tell you, many are called, but the chosen few no fi obey the unspoken rule. Yeah, so I one chant, a couple quotes and tunes, left Babylon up in a smoking fume. Forever the same, say Babylon can't hold the flame. Forever the same, never the fortune or the fame. Forever the same, oh, when we call upon his name. Forever the same, say Babylon can't hold the flame.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12 pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
When you want to make the most of your time, waiting in line should be last on your mind. Introducing Skip Lino, the most convenient way to visit Docomo Pacific. Simply download the Skip Lino app on your device, set your region to Guam or Northern Mariana Islands, find Docomo Pacific, and select the location you'd like to visit. Spend less time in line and more time with the people who matter most with the Skip Lino app. Can't wait to see you soon. Docomo Pacific, better together.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
The Link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Cosinya uli di sombranza It's ita saluda antes de niga Radzao dan malak estrellas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti. Man ko body Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru Bye.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good morning, Guam. Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Right on. It's Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 episode of The Link, which is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends over at Jack in the Box, where we're going to be getting some Jack in the Box tomorrow. A good time to get out of quarantine, Bree. Tomorrow, if you can swing it, let's do it. Jack in the Box. You know what? On me, welcome back. Okay, if it happens.
Yeah, wait a minute.
We're getting the Jack in the Box irregardless. But
Wait.
if you happen to be here, then
Yeah, can we not bury the lead? Bree's background is obviously different.
yeah.
You are not in the Doucet anymore, I'm presuming, right?
I'm not at the Doucet. I am in home quarantine.
There you go.
Whoa.
But see, she has
Safe
she has
and
her
sound at
Link
home.
background on. I need to get one of these so you guys think I'm at work all the time. How do you do that? Oh no, yeah, I've been here.
Oh wait. Comment of the morning so far, you guys. I am really missing the island sunrise and the sounds, especially the roosters. Guam roosters have a very distinct crow, do they not?
Yeah, this is who did this comment? Good morning, Facebook Live, by the way. I think it was Michelle, right?
Michelle, yeah.
Michelle.
Because I know Guam roosters are like
Yeah, and then
and like in the
yeah.
States they're like
No, in the States are like "Erk."
I mean in the States
They got
you can if
they
you
have
listen
a country accent.
They do. They're like "Gerk."
I reckon the sun's up.
Cock-a-doodle-doo on you. Here they're like, "Arr, wake up, stupid."
No, out here you can. I mean, the roosters you can hear them getting hoarse.
They got the phlegma. That's why they do that. They're like, the phlegma.
Okay, and I have been thrown into a group chat
All right.
against my will, but you know, it was mentioning Mayor Jesse Allig yesterday was saying, you know,
Yeah, the
Agania
stray
Heights-
chickens.
Agania Heights may be renamed to its like more traditional cultural name.
Yeah.
My family is, you know, like my grandparents and all my uncles and aunties from Agania Heights, and I spent a significant part of my youth visiting there all the time. We're trying to figure out exactly what Agania Heights would be renamed. You have a pretty
I
good
think
beat.
it's wouldn't it be like I thought it would Tatuha or no wait, that's Tumuning Tumon Harmon.
Yeah, Tutuha, but
Yeah.
Tutuhan.
Tatuhan Park.
But I only thought it was Tutuhan because of, you know, when Governor Gutierrez made that beautiful, you know,
Yeah.
triangle park. It's
Right.
a triangle.
Yeah, it's a nice park.
And
I don't know.
For me, I would never remember that as a triangle park. When we were going to my Nana and Tata's house when I was a kid, we would drive up, and back then you would have that huge, like, the big mural over that said "Biba Santo Papa" after the Pope visited.
Right. Yeah, so on the note of the natural alarm clock, did you guys know the mayors are rounding up not just the stray dogs and the cats, but even the stray chickens? Say it isn't so.
How many stray? Okay, if there are 60,000 stray dogs on the island, what would be the dog to rooster ratio? I'd say there's way more roosters.
Yeah, it's probably 2-to-1.
Because when a rooster gives birth, or a hen gives birth, there's like 8, 9.
That is just so Guam, though. You ever been talking to someone in the States and they hear the chickens in the background and they make a big deal out of it? Like, oh my God, was that a chicken? Like, yeah, I don't even hear it anymore. You heard that? Whoa. Especially when you're trying to be all professional You know what I mean? Right, I'll be able to Dropbox those files right over to you as, compress those. Like, wait a minute, is this guy for real?
And just habitually.
Can I
you're like,
see
"Oh,
your business license?
gotta make coffee, gotta make rice. As soon as you hear that.
Rosemary LaGuardia writes in to Tuhan. That's what I've heard the name was.
The smart money, I believe, if you're the wagering type, would be on
Right.
Tutuhan to rename again Heights.
Yeah. So they're having those meetings, Bree. When are those meetings?
There's a meeting, I believe it's Wednesday. I
Right.
just pulled it up and then I took it down. Let me just pull it back up.
The place name meeting.
Now because Bree is
Yeah.
safe and
The
sound at home
commission
and
is
happily
finished
so.
tomorrow. Inaan Lugat Siha.
Yep.
It is
Was it Asin, right?
naming of
I think we
May
might hear
12th.
we might
So
hear some chickens
tomorrow,
because Bree's home.
6
in
p.m. Aston Community Center.
You know what's happening today, though? They got a big
Yeah, that
meeting.
big meeting.
They got the big meeting with the governor.
The meeting.
The meeting. Dun, dun, dun.
The spending
Face
plan.
to face.
Face to face. Face to face or face to in your face?
Okay, so how is this going to be? Because
Well,
typically-
first of all, it's going to be a closed door meeting, which I totally disagree with.
and is it going to be one versus? What? I don't want to say
Totally
versus.
disagree with this. Sorry.
And
Rant time.
Is it just the
Go ahead.
governor, or is it the governor and all of her like financial cabinet members? Because you could have like one.
It might be like the governor and her $65,000 digital engagement person. Then it might be Jack Hattig, who's making $70,000 now as a special assistant for the capital letters.
Infrastructure. Right?
Capital, yeah.
Projects.
Couldn't get water and power to Chamorro Land Trust, so we're going to make him a special assistant of infrastructure.
And is it all 15 senators have to attend or will be in attendance, or is it just like a few key ones? Like
No, they all signed the letter.
No, it's supposed to be all senators.
so it's 50.
Yeah, and so it was announced, or wasn't announced, we asked yesterday, was media allowed to attend this event? Because why wouldn't we be allowed to attend this? Why wouldn't we? I don't get it.
And is it not going to be on YouTube?
Why wouldn't the media be allowed to record and broadcast this event? Why wouldn't? What's the big deal? That's the people's money, right? From Uncle Sam. He gave that to us. We should be able to watch this meeting and see the interaction between the governor and the senators, right? Totally should. This is a no-brainer. Yet we were told that it was a closed-door meeting and that the governor would be available for questions afterwards. So we don't know if it's going to be, 2 questions or 1 question or, free for all. We don't know, but
Wait, did they say it was going to be a press conference, so we had to actually be there to talk with her afterwards? Yeah.
Oh man, they're going to do a press conference afterwards.
Peter.
Oh well.
Peter just messaged me this funny joke. Why is the rooster the holiest animal? Because every morning they tuck, 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 God. Thank you, Peter.
Peter,
CPS, Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I hate saying that. Now former KUM employee Peter Santos, but yeah, he's doing great things at CPS. He took up the task of wanting to go there and help kids in need and help families and everything. So good on you, Pete. We miss you, buddy.
Yeah, and so anyway, it's a closed-door meeting, but the governor will be available for questions afterwards, which is interesting. There's been a lot of...
What did you guys talk about?
Yeah, that's the first question. Yeah, but really, I don't know. It's a no-brainer, guys. This should totally be open, and I just feel like we're already in PCOR 5, okay? Like, why are we still hiding? Why are we still hiding stuff? We went this whole pandemic where we had this physicians advisory group making all these decisions behind closed doors in meetings where the media wasn't allowed to attend. And, fortunately, we did what we had to do, and we got Dr. Hoa on, who was just more than willing to share everything that went on in the meetings.
Wait, how many members of the physicians advisory group are there?
There's a lot.
Because I wanted to.
We don't even know who's on the physicians advisory group.
No, we got at least half of them, right?
Yeah. Also, most
I like
recently...
Rosemary LaGuardia's comment.
Yeah. At this, she comments in here. Go ahead, Brie.
At this point in time, with everything that the people have gone through, we should be allowed to view this meeting to give us the opportunity to see how our elected officials will work together.
And that's exactly
Thank you, Rosemary.
what they don't want you to see, is that if anyone, speaks up to the governor or if there's a disagreement. They don't want you guys to see that. But there's going to be a disagreement because there's obviously the governor wants to spend the money this way and the legislature wants to spend the money that way. And I was thinking and looking at this list, when they listed the RISE Act as the first thing, that's definitely going to piss the governor. Oh, RISE Act. Oh, this is what kind of list this is? Oh, RISE. And then there's the shortchanging for the new hospital where the governor has gone out and even before we got the money, she said, I want $330 million for this hospital. Legislature in their list said, how about $200 million? So I can already see the potential for, a little headbutting in this meeting. Yeah, Rosemary also comments, it would allow us a better understanding how decisions are made. Yeah, it's a freaking no-brainer. Totally should be open to the public. And this is just the norm. Look at the Chamorro Land Trust when they use the executive session to hide all of that information about Jack Hattig. Right? I mean, just routinely, this administration, I feel, spits in the face of transparency. I mean, you can send a FOIA, they ignore it, they don't respond, they're not forthcoming. So this is just the latest instance of, I mean, what's the big deal? What are you so afraid of?
And it's not going to be on YouTube either.
No, it's not going to be anything. I mean, are we now resorted to asking these senators, hey, do you think you could record a little bit of the meeting for us? I mean, is that what we got to do to figure out what's going on with our elected leaders? You know what I mean? I could just go on and on. Trust me, I could. But when I saw that, I was just so annoyed. I was just so annoyed because there's no reason why this should be a closed-door meeting. And we've just seen the first thing they did at this pandemic was they suspended the open government law. And that's allowed them to make all kinds of decisions without not even public input, because I get it. Who's going to ask us for anything? But the public scrutiny, just even the public being able to watch this stuff. Right? So, anyway, that would be a good question, too. What happened in the meeting? That second question. Why wasn't it open to the public? Like, why? Why isn't it open to the public? I don't get it. With the Physicians Advisory Group, what they said, Bree, was they said, because, we're worried that if the public is watching, then the doctors aren't going to be honest with their decisions and they're going to feel the pressure of the public. And that's kind of what it's all about. It's like, we're the people. You're supposed to react to our pressure. Okay. Rant over for now. It's 6:33. Good morning at Facebook Live. F. Glenn Lujan, probably nigh all the skeletons come out of the closet.
Okay, so wait, I have a question again, right? Who do you guys project? So it's not just going to be the governor and only the governor against all the senators. And
what do you mean against?
Yeah,
don't frame it like that, dude.
Okay, like the governor and the senators, right? So it's not going to be 15.
They're
people.
on her turf.
Yeah, it's not going to be 15 people on one side and the governor on it.
Yeah.
So who would be there? In addition to the governor on behalf of
probably, I would think the lieutenant governor might be there. Yeah,
Lester Carlson, maybe Tyrone Titano, maybe because it's.
And then are they going to social distance like that little?
I wonder if the congressman's going to be there. Is he still on island?
I think he left. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay,
when is the congressional address? I was thinking about that last night.
I don't know. I messaged the speaker's office yesterday to figure out, asking them when, because I don't think I saw it on the legislature's calendar.
I thought I heard something where he had said it was supposed to be on Mother's Day or sometime after. Well, obviously it's going to be after Mother's Day. But I don't know if he's still here. Bree, I saw something on his Facebook where he had talked about being at the airport and the United employees had cracked a joke like, fourth stimulus or whatever. So I don't know if that meant he was coming in or if he was going, but I know he was on island last week. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So we'll, I guess, ask the speaker's office.
Okay, so the speaker.
Yeah,
well, no,
I did. I'm just waiting.
Okay, yeah. So how it works is the speaker has to invite them or something, and then they have to say, okay, well, let me check my calendar, and this date is good. And
But in addition to the governor, BBMR definitely.
Probably.
Yeah, so Lester Carlson would be there.
Maybe like the legal counsel?
Most assured.
The governor's legal counsel? I'm pretty sure Crystal will be there.
DOA?
Maybe.
Mr. Byrne?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be like, remember when the governor set up Congressman St. Nicholas with that meeting at Adelup?
Oh, yeah.
Total setup.
And all those people.
Total setup. So they met because Governor Lou wanted to do
War
the
claims.
the war claim. She wanted to pay it out locally, and Congressman St. Nicholas was like, "Don't do that because you're going to jeopardize the whole thing." And so they were like, "Oh, let's meet about it." So they had the meeting, and then the congressman came into the conference room, and it's like the governor. Total setup, dude. It was so hilarious. She had like her whole cabinet there, and it was like, oh, he walked in, and you could see he's like, oh, damn, what? And like everything she said, they were like, yeah, woo, go Gov. And then when he was talking, they'd be like, boo. Duh. I'm
Yeah,
exaggerating.
but you know, the congressman held his own though.
Yeah, of course he did. Well, it was just the fastest meeting ever. First of all, it was like, are you gonna keep on trying to pay it locally? And she was like, yeah, I am. And he's like, okay, this meeting's over. And then fast forward, it ended up we got both done. We paid it locally, and it also through the Congress. So anyway, yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be like that where these senators show up, and the governor's got all their bouncers.
Well, it's not enough room. I mean, if it's in the large conference room, you're going to fit all 15 senators, unless, I mean, that's what, 6 feet between.
Yeah. Well, unless they do they might just do the FD grad social distancing protocol. I'm not sure.
God.
It's okay. I'm an FD dad.
Don't
I can say
even
that.
start.
I can say it. I'm just kidding, guys. Come
No,
on.
and you know what's funny? You know how you just said bouncers?
Boy. Yeah.
The three of us have covered, and Joe Sir too, we've covered enough like press conferences at the governor's big complex and everything to know that they do literally have like a velvet rope that they use to like cordon off.
But I mean, so the conference room, the table, they've got that big table. I'm wondering if they do the 6 feet, how many could they fit there? And then they're probably going to put Joanne Brown and Jim Moylan off in the corner somewhere facing the wall. Like, yeah, you guys' chairs are over there. Go face the wall. So, yeah, it's going to be
Joanne
interesting.
Brown. Ooh.
Yeah, this is something
I
else.
wonder if she's going, if she's going to see Hattick there.
I wonder. And I'm going to ask her to come on tomorrow because we're kind of jammed this morning. But she had come out with this release yesterday because yesterday we had the speaker on, and Sabrina had asked her about this whole deal with the former Chamorro Land Trust Administrator, Jack Hattig, who, remember, just the real quick Cliff's Notes version, there was a land agent at Chamorro Land Trust who said, oh, Jack Hattig tried to coerce me into doing a swap that's against the rules and regs. And then we had heard there were other land agents who had kind of said the same thing, but that never came out because they went into executive session and they discussed all of these issues shielded away from the public, which is totally wrong. Totally wrong. And then so the board had come out.
They didn't even tell us the findings.
Right. Yeah, we couldn't get the findings. Everybody's tried to FOIA the findings. They're not giving us the findings. The board had said, okay, Jack, we don't think you're suited for the job, which I thought meant he's fired, but that didn't even mean anything because they had to go kiss the governor's ring and meet with the governor and say, it is okay, we get let go of your boy. And so they had the meeting with the chair. That was on a Monday. Nobody said anything for a whole week. It was just, you couldn't get an answer. I tried to get the chair on. He's even my primo. I tried to get him on. We couldn't get him on. Nobody said anything. Nobody knew anything. Then the following Monday, Jack Hattig submitted his resignation. And Adelup also announced, before the ink was even dry on that resignation letter, unless it was typed, that he was going to Adelup as a special assistant, $70,000. And you guys know how it is. There are just certain people in any administration that have to have a job because they bring in the votes. That's all it is, really. It's like, okay, so you get these people and you're wondering, like, why are they still in Gov Guam? It's like, oh, they got a big family, or oh, they're the village leader, or oh, whatever. So anyway, Jack Hattig is over at the Adelup now, which is kind of
yesterday was his first day.
Right, yeah. It's kind of a promotion.
Wait, so he was getting paid $76,000. That was his salary over at CLTC.
Right.
And so $70,000 over at
So it's a pay
Adelup.
cut, but far less of a headache, if you ask me. I mean, he probably doesn't have to go to work. Just go work. Hey, make sure the governor sees you and then just go home for the day. Hey, Gov, I'm here. All right. Boy, that Jack, he's a hard worker. And gone. So anyway, we asked Speaker Terlaia about it yesterday, and her answer was kind of like a little I don't know. It was just, what did she say, Bree? So you asked her, hey, whatever happened with the Jack Hattig, and, do you think he's qualified?
Yeah, I asked her what was her feeling about having him resigning, and then he just got a job over at Adelup because he's not suitable. They deemed him not suitable at the CLTC, but he's suitable over at Adelup.
There's a lower standard at Adelup.
Right. So she
I mean, it
kind of
is.
didn't tell. She didn't say how she felt about it, other than oh well, the Adelup has to, that's a question
They
for
have to
them.
explain.
But not really,
Well, I
it's a
mean, she's the
question
oversight
actually
chair.
for-
Of
yeah.
course. Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, and I mean, it was a long interview we had, and I think that was like right at the end. I didn't really have time to process it till later in the afternoon. But I agree, Bree, there should have been more of a, I guess, an inclination, because I almost felt like it's a done deal and we're not going to find out anything about it. But I think we should.
Well,
we need
Senator
to.
Brown is putting the pressure on,
There-
and she's
and I-
asking for an oversight hearing, because if we don't have any answers, then I mean, obviously, it looks like it's a cover up.
Yeah. And where is her release? So that was pretty interesting, because she had kind of been the first one to really, I mean, she's been making the most noise about this Chamorro Land Trust thing, for what it's worth. I mean, I don't even know if she's in the Committee of Land or whatever. But she had written a letter to the governor all about this whole land agent, alleging that Jack Hattig had performed some type of forgery on her land report. So she wrote the governor. All the stuff happened. I think she might have written another letter. And then now she, in a release, says, convene an oversight hearing to hold the Chamorro Land Trust Commission accountable for their actions. In a letter to the Speaker, requesting an oversight hearing of the Chamorro Land Trust Program and its commissioners, Senator Brown issues the following statement. The commission has taken action to what appears to be a cover-up of what could potentially be forgery against the Chamorro Land Trust Program itself. The Land Trust recipients and the people of Guam deserve answers with regards to this issue. Even with the resignation of Mr. Jack Hattig as the land administrator, what has not been addressed by the commission is the issue of forgery and if other documents may have been forged by Mr. Hattig. And then she goes on to talk about sending a FOIA, which I don't think did she get anything? Only one set of staff reports. Right. So. Yeah, and we kind of saw this with the, and the Speaker did say that it's up to the board to kind of get somebody good this time, right? Because I'm not even sure if the board knew that they have the authority to hire and fire whoever they want. So I don't get this whole, let's go double check with the governor if it's okay. But hey, it is what it is. And people are scared of the governor in this world. Rosemary LaGuardia writes, she's hoping, as we are, that the next director will have a higher standard of integrity. Frankie Augustine writes, it's all politics. Claire Castro, no standards, obvious BS. Yes, Jay?
Okay, I was asking earlier, who do you guys think may be there in addition to the governor on behalf of Adelup? Our buddy Sean Gumatauta sent me a message on WhatsApp. Obviously, this is just speculation on his part, but he goes, it's probably going to be the governor, obviously, the lieutenant governor, the chief of staff, so John Junior Calvo, the legal counsel, so you're saying attorney.
Oh, yeah, there's a chief of staff, guys.
Yeah, Bureau of Stats and Plan, so that would be Tyrone Taitano. BBMR, so that would be Lester Carlson. Special Assistant for Infrastructure, is that Jack?
Oh, that's Jack.
Well,
Okay, that is Jack. Again,
Or is it
speculation
Capital
speculation on
Improvement
Sean's part.
Project?
And also DOA, so that would be Ed Byrne. DPW, so that would be Jess Garcia.
Is he back at DPW, Bree?
Wait, Jess is still.
Oh no,
I don't know.
no,
Yeah, he
somebody from
resigned.
DPW.
Yeah.
Vince Ariola is the director.
Oh, Vince, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so DPW and then the General Services Agency, and he said, and then perhaps maybe 4 affected agencies. So that covers kind of
The hospital, Lillian. Maybe?
Well, that covers the
They were-
agencies who would be in charge of setting aside and managing
Yeah.
the money, as well as the.
But I wonder if we're
agencies
there
that would-
yet. I wonder if we're there yet already, where she's going to bring in the UOGs and the line agencies, or if it's just going to be like, okay, I got your list, thank you, I'm going to go over it. Yeah, because I wonder how, and it sucks because we should know how deep they're going to get into it. This should totally be open to the public. I don't get it. 6:45.
So there's at least one man's opinion, and a guy who was on the inside for a very, very long time under the
Right.
Camacho
I mean,
administration.
yeah. It sounds like if they're going to have all the stakeholders in this meeting, then it should be a pretty big meeting. Thank you, Facebook Live, for watching. The show is brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
There's people from all over this morning,
Right.
like sending us up Lakewood. We got Lakewood, Washington,
Palmetto, Florida.
Florida.
Wow. Eva Beach, Hawaii, of course. The beautiful hillside of Sinanya business.
And thank you for pronouncing the W in Eva Beach as a V, because you can tell if
I didn't even know. I just heard you say it that way.
If anyone has ever been to like Eva Beach or Hawaii and they say Ewa Beach, it's like, okay, you haven't been there.
Oh my God.
Eva Beach is great. Eva Beach is beautiful. Actually, a former KUM DJ. Remember Irie Dan?
Yeah.
He was from Eva Beach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. Guam's beaches are way better though.
I like our sand.
Yeah. 6:45. Let's do the news right now. Yeah, Jason's going to do the news. Got it. With the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Jason Solis.
All right, tally ho, everybody. Here is what's making news this morning. Guam's CAR score has dropped to 0.8. It was 1.0 flat the other day, and nearly 71,000 people on the island have been fully immunized. Last night, 7 new cases of coronavirus were confirmed from a batch of 525 tests gathered from last Friday through Sunday. The Joint Information Center also announced that people who have been fully immunized can request for verification of their COVID-19 vaccination by making an appointment with Public Health's immunization program. To book an appointment, you can call 735-7143. That is 735-7143 for the Public Health Immunization Plan. You do need to make an appointment, or if you'd like to do so via email, you can send a note to immunizationprogram@dphss.guam.gov. Now, don't worry, everybody. I'm going to put all of this information in the comment stream as soon as I'm done with this story. Requests should be submitted 5 to 7 days in advance. That is key. All right, let's go back to the newsroom now where Tyler Matanani is standing by, and she has this Tuesday morning link update with your Guam news headlines.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Get tested, get a vaccination, or both if you want. Today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tizin, Public Health will be holding a combination drive-through COVID clinic from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Rapid tests take about 15 minutes for results, and you don't need to have symptoms. Additionally, the Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be available on site. Last week, Public Health launched its very first combination COVID clinic at the Dededo Farmers Market. 2 police officers and 1 custom officer assigned to the isolation facility have contracted COVID-19. Chief of Police Steve Ignacio confirms that the officers are under quarantine and the decontamination team has been activated. As for contact tracing, there have been about 8 officers from GPD, Customs, and the Department of Youth Affairs determined as close contacts.
The assignment, we identified those that were in close contact, and they've been sent home, and they're not going to be reporting for duty until such time that we follow the 5-day incubation period, and then also the 14-day period. So we're going to test them at day 5 and then test them again at day 14, just to make sure that they're not positive and that they're not asymptomatic and still reporting for duty.
Ignacio says the 3 officers positive for COVID-19 were not vaccinated and all had some sort of direct or indirect exposure to each other. And he shares this message to the public.
Relaxed standards, relaxed PCOR 3, standards. We still must remain vigilant, and these 3 positives, further, signify that we can't let our guard down. We still have to remain vigilant.
Ignacio adds that the officers' symptoms remain mild and they are not hospitalized. A bill to establish a standardized law enforcement leadership tier and general pay scale plan for peace officers drew plenty of support at a public hearing Monday. The measure by Senator Jim Moylan seeks to establish the basic supervisory and management positions among all GovGuam LEOs and set pay based on input from the current Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. But Post Chairman Police Chief Steve Ignacio says the commission lacks the staff and resources to do such an extensive study.
Doing the study, it's who's going to do the study, and are we the subject matter experts? We're the subject matter experts in law enforcement. Don't get me wrong. We know how to do our job. But are we the subject matter experts when it comes to determining pay?
Bill sponsor Moylan said he specifically gave the responsibility to the Post Commission because the professionals on it have seen all the inequities through the years. He says there's no reason a port security guard should be making $14.15 an hour, while a police officer starts at $11.87. He agrees there's a need for funding, but he believes the commission is the right place to start.
To move forward. Now more than ever, with the crisis we have with these pandemics and other situations where our peace officers are definitely needed. We can't keep on training them at, I think, close to $20,000 a person, only for them to be leaving us for greener pastures.
In its fiscal note, the Bureau of Budget estimated the cost of such a study would be about $75,000. Just because he resigned as administrator of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission doesn't mean he should be let off the hook just yet. Senator Joanne Brown is requesting Oversight Chair Speaker Therese Terlahi call an oversight hearing over the CLTC. Hadig resigned amid controversy and an investigation by the board after allegations surfaced by a land agent of coercion and altering a land report. The board, however, did not release the findings of their investigation, only funding that he was unsuitable to lead the agency. Senator Brown, in a letter to the Speaker, insinuates that the commission is participating in a cover-up and that the people deserve answers. Last Friday was Hadig's last day at the CLTC, and Monday was his first day on the job at Adelup, where he is getting paid a salary of $70,000 to serve as a special assistant assigned to oversee capital improvement projects. With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantiro, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. It's called the CNMI Pandemic EBT, where children who missed out on school meals will get reimbursed. Under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, because school was closed for a while and kids lost access to their free meals, the Pandemic EBT will cover all breakfast, lunch, and snacks for school year 2020 to 2021, which is an estimate of $900 per eligible child. The meal reimbursements will be in the form of NAP coupons. NAP officials are working closely with Dell Roberts from the PSS Child Nutrition Program.
The applications will be available starting Monday, but I would ask that families wait until Tuesday or Wednesday to seek them out because they're going to be coming home with the students next week.
The applications will need to be submitted to the Child Nutrition Program office in Capitol Hill or the NAP office in Aslitu. Schools will not be accepting the applications, so families are urged to follow the process for a smooth approval of eligibility. NAP Administrator Walter Macaronas states their target for distribution of the benefits will be this coming June.
Households will be provided a PEBT ID card because, excuse me, one of the requirements when redeeming those benefits, you have to show proof that you're authorized to redeem those benefits. So retailers will be requesting for ID cards. And in addition to the ID cards, they will be requesting that the person provide a valid photo identification for validation.
The guidelines for this program is similar to food stamps.
Households will be receiving what we call regular coupons and local coupons. Whatever the total amount would be, 70% of that benefit would be for regular coupons and 30% would be for local coupons. And what does regular mean? Regular means food commodities that are imported into the CNMI. And then local is strictly for local commodities such as vegetables, fruits, fish, raised, grown here in the CNMI. We do have some non-food eligible items that households can purchase, such as garden tools and seeds and plants that produce fruits and vegetables so that they could, grow their own. They can also buy fishing equipment so they could fish for their own food. So these are non-food items, but they are eligible to be purchased with the PEBT coupon benefit.
The funding for this program is coming from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which is estimating $11 million in food stamps for CNMI students. The application period ends on June 11, and officials state they will not be accepting anything after that. For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limas.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Ty. We'll catch up with you later on our 8 a.m. news update. All right, everybody, there are a plethora of ways that you can get vaccinated and or tested today if you need to, so please take advantage of them. Today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tiedzin from 9 to 12, there is, now check this out, this is a combination. There's drive-through COVID-19 testing as well as drive-through vaccination. That will be held again at the Carnival Grounds in Tiedzin from 9 to 12 while supplies last. Also, if you are in Central Guam at PD at the Assumption of Our Lady Church, COVID-19 vaccination clinic being held today from 9 in the morning until 3 p.m. It would be best if you make a appointment, so make sure to go to KUM.com/vaccination. You can find out how you can scan the QR code. Please make sure, take care of you and your family if you are in PD. And if you would like to make an appointment from today through Saturday at the vaccination clinic at the Calvo Fieldhouse in Manilao at UOG, UOG will be holding its vaccination clinic there, where they'll be distributing dose 1 or 2 of the Pfizer vaccine, dose 2 of the Moderna vaccine, or Johnson & Johnson for those Guamanians 18 years or older. Again, you want to visit KUM.com/vaccination to find out all the information. Also, free COVID-19 vaccines are being distributed by American Medical Center, the Guam Regional Medical City, and the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association. Make sure to book your appointment from the private sector at vaccine.guamcovid.com. In GovGuam news, the $664 million meeting is set for today between the governor and the legislature, as we've been talking about so far in the show. Senators, as you know, submitted their spending wish list for the governor's discretionary federal relief funding and will make their pitch during a closed-door meeting, as we said, today downtown Adelup. Nestor Lacanto gives you a sneak peek at what could be ahead.
The governor asked for the priority list after some heavy bipartisan lobbying from senators who wanted input on the spending for the American Rescue Plan windfall. Speaker Therese Terlahi sent the list Friday in a letter signed by all 15 lawmakers. Their priorities break down into 4 categories. Direct assistance, $68 million, including $30 million for the RISE Act and $35 million for small businesses. Healthcare, $233 million, including $200 million for a new hospital, though the governor has said she will set aside $300 million. Infrastructure and technology upgrades, $341 million, including $52 million for GWA, so they won't have to raise water and sewer rates. And finally, workforce training and diversification, $18.5 million. Speaker Therese Terlahi.
Because this is a one-time, influx of funds, and they're huge amounts, really. So we really want to take care, like you said, Chris, of those perennial problems that we have not been able to get over despite our efforts.
So the bulk of the spending is for capital improvements rather than operational shortfalls. Minority Leader Chris Duenas.
What have been the long-standing issues with government entities that provide services to our people that don't involve staff salaries increases or additional money for staff so that they can handle that in their general fund budget? What have been the long-standing issues with regards to IT stuff, with regard to infrastructure?
The governor is still waiting, though, for federal guidance on how the money can be spent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lacanto.
Our next report comes to us from our own Isaiah Uggan, where he reports from the home of the geckos in Manilao, where over 100 individuals availed at the opportunity to get vaccinated at George Washington High.
The Guam Department of Education continued their COVID-19 vaccination efforts at the George Washington High School gym, and it proceeded smoothly. This is the 4th clinic organized by the department and is offered to eligible students and parents. GDOE's Interim Public Information Officer, Michelle Franquez, says that 150 residents registered to get vaccinated and that another vaccine clinic is being organized.
It's actually geared towards our seniors. However, anyone in the community is more than welcome to participate and avail of the vaccine. It's called our Vaccinate Before You Graduate. We would really like to encourage our seniors to come out on May 24th from 9 to 3 at the JK Gymnasium and receive their Pfizer vaccine.
Franquez says that all 4 clinics held so far have been successful.
I'd really like to give a shout out to all our school health counselors, our nurses, our social workers, because they've really done an amazing job keeping everyone coordinated. I'd like to reach out to our SROs who have helped with managing traffic control, and then a shout out to all our school support staff and our administrators who have allowed us this opportunity to host these clinics at the school sites to cater to their student population. It's really a team effort and everybody bringing it together to ensure that our island is one step closer to being fully vaccinated as a family and a community.
Meanwhile, 34-year-old Alexandra Garrido, who is a GW High School science teacher, says since some restrictions are eased, she feels now is the time to get the shot.
We're having a little more freedom as far as traveling and being able to go on the island. I thought it'd be a good time to get it.
The Dededo resident shared why she got vaccinated.
If I weren't confident in what I teach and what, is out there in the science right now, I think I'd kind of be doing myself a disservice. There's a lot of vaccines that we take every year, and I think it's important that, if it's going to help us in the long run, that we should at least try and hopefully hope for the best.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Ugin.
We're going to go back to Tyler for this next story as the ongoing search of a second emergency temporary homeless shelter may finally be seeing some light. She reports from last week's Interagency on Homelessness and Poverty Prevention group meeting.
The pressure to locate a second homeless shelter has been building as the waitlist for Global Dorm continues to grow. OHAP Executive Director Sarah Thomas Nedadog.
It's truly a crisis to have so many people, and we know we're not seeing everybody.
During last week's OHAB meeting, Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authorities, AMORCE, revealed that a Tamuning facility has been identified as a potential shelter.
We're hoping that we should be able to start the operation towards the end of the month if everything pushes through in our direction. If not, it would be next month.
GURO will be funding Catholic Social Services $1.6 million for the 40-room shelter, and a walkthrough of the facility will be conducted this week. SAY says that priority will be placed on those that are chronically homeless, most especially those that have been identified as staying in derelict buildings and the abandoned garage identified in Tumon.
The place would be also like Global. We will be providing meals and all the support services, and Manielo would be providing the case management part of it.
Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio explained that the second emergency shelter is coming at a good time and that assisting homeless families is another priority.
We have a large number of families that are way past what we normally would define as emergency shelter period of time, right? That means that there still is a considerable amount of work in casework and placement.
Currently, 159 individuals are housed at the Mighty Global Dorm shelter, 91 of which are minors. The contract for the second shelter still has yet to be signed. There is still an open procurement at GSA for a permanent shelter. Any property owners of apartment complexes or similar facilities interested in registering can contact the General Services Administration. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Ty pulling double duty this morning. Now, in commemoration of Mother's Day, which of course just passed, every Monday in the month of May, we'll be featuring some of the island's multitasking mamas and their businesses. So here now is our Joan Ugancharfers with a mamapreneur, as we're calling it, whose business is your one-stop shop for everything stand-up paddleboarding. Here is more about Sup Shack Guam.
Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open. In a couple of months, Sup Shack Guam will be celebrating its 8th year anniversary. Owner Jonte De Leon says her love for paddleboarding kick-started everything.
Just a girl playing on her paddleboard with a bunch of friends turned into me doing rentals and kind of seeing how, that market grew. And then, of course, that ended up turning into, well, why don't I just sell them for a living? Because I'm enjoying this so much.
The mother of 3 says, like with any business, there have been ups and downs.
I've seen competitors come and go throughout the past 8 years. So, definitely it's been a challenge having to compete with product, with other competitors. So in that sense, I'm always trying to, outsource the newest, the latest, the greatest, constant market research with what everyone loves. So yeah, I'm definitely trying to grow with the trend.
And speaking of motherhood, how does DeLeon do it? Juggling family and the business and making it work. She admits it's sometimes a struggle.
Any mom in general would know, or parent for that matter, that being a parent does require a lot of sacrifice, whether you work an 8 to 5 for someone or as a business owner. But I just kind of feel like as a business owner myself, on my personal experience, it's been a challenge because a lot of times I feel like I'm working 24 hours a day. But at the same time, it's nice because I can say, well, I need to take off, 8 in the morning to go bring my son to a dental appointment or my daughter to her hair appointment and just rearrange my day and work at 9 p.m. So we learn how to roll with it.
As for any advice for those mamas that are holding on to a business idea that they are truly passionate about, she encourages them to write it down.
A lot of great things come from, inspiration that comes out of nowhere. And when you write things down, I feel like you kind of manifest that. I definitely suggest checking out the SBDC program over at EOG. That's how I got my footing in the ground. They helped me with the business plan and, kind of helped me see like, okay, is this, just a dream? Am I delusional? Can I really do this? Or is this something in fact that I can do? And they really helped do that. So it doesn't hurt to try. I mean, I just feel like you got to take that leap of faith and, see where it takes you.
If you would like more information, follow Subshack Guam on Instagram or like their page on Facebook. Mamapreneurs is presented to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
All right, good stuff there. Subshack's been a good friend of ours. Chris, you ever been stand-up paddleboarding? Oh,
It's on my bucket list.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully as things get better, we'll be able to do that. So let's head over to national news headlines now. As the Guam Visitors Bureau locally is considering the option of vaccination tourism, a growing number of Americans living overseas are flying back to the U.S. to get vaccinated, as a wait for a shot abroad can be long and frustrating. Ian Lee with CBS has this report.
Just before Turkey shut down the country to stop the spread of COVID, American Amy Goldsmith, living in Istanbul, saw an opportunity back home in Virginia.
Because the situation in Turkey was so bad, I basically didn't leave my apartment for 3 weeks.
She's one of many Americans flying thousands of miles back to the U.S. to get vaccinated.
Because of the way the global supply has been allocated, Americans have this incredible opportunity, and I feel that that kind of privilege cannot be wasted.
Connecticut residents James and Diane Charney got tired of waiting at their home in the Italian countryside.
We were not eligible in Italy up till the time we left. We were too young.
We were really old, but we weren't quite old enough.
Europe's vaccine rollout has been plagued by disruptions. Just over 10% of all Europeans have been fully vaccinated. Compare that to more than 34% of Americans.
And when we saw how well the vaccine rollout was happening here, it was very impressive.
U.S. officials don't count the number of Americans returning to be vaccinated, but more than 9 million U.S. citizens currently live abroad. Do you count yourselves lucky?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're very lucky that we were able to take advantage of something the U.S. is really doing well.
Amy counts herself lucky too, fortunate enough to safely reunite with her 97-year-old vaccinated grandmother. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
Vaccination tourism, one of the big revelations that GVB's Carl Gutierrez and Jerry Perez made earlier on the link, talking about what could be used with the vaccination surplus we have. Remember, of course, everybody, for the month of May, Public Health did put an order in for all three types of the vaccinations. That would be the Pfizer, the Moderna, and the Johnson & Johnson, to the tune of over 33,000 doses. So be interesting to see, and we would love your feedback in our comment stream. Let us know and join the conversation on how you feel about vaccination tourism being used here on the island. Remember, there's a lot more island news headlines that you can find on KUM.com 24/7. Make sure to join the conversation. Also, you want to follow us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, where we've got a lot of really good stories there. We're also on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to our channel and find out where you can get the very latest news headlines. Chris, did you happen to go to Mass? I think you said you went to Mass, but you didn't go to a cathedral, right?
No, I didn't.
All right. How was the Mother's Day Mass?
It was great.
Which parish were you in?
I went to Jotnia.
Oh, very nice.
Father Andre, yeah. It's good.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay, let's do Chamorro news, Jay.
Certainly.
Shall we? It's proudly brought to you by our friends at First Hawaiian Bank. Good morning.
Buenos napadays to get sunto bikunot sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Dos Mariasta taftap kaya gandamengo anay manadol lag ni Diro za ni polisiya isnakin Jeep Wrangler. Matutun mais kapag di polisiya distimaina guatu tamuning zan harmon esta hulo dededo pesusut tumuski za zigo maaresta dos. Anay manistabag itsalang kodag iza dededo i-drive sa topi dos na karitang polisiya ni timan mamatka. Gui sa tres na polisiya sa matutuhon mamamaki lo timalago pumara i jeep. Gilusot tumusgi itsalan Emsley giza zigo na masoda ni polisiya i jeep gimenan gumataw-taw na mapapark. Imaresta sa si Anthony Luis Parteco Camacho, 26 anos na edad, dan si Leilani Caitlin Wright, 20 anos na edad. Todi do sa mabuk pas mapreso. Ni GPD, Internal Affairs na Division sa maimbestiga dyan na susedimento. Todi ofisyat polisiya ni manmanembadga gwini sa manmanay administrative leave. Imas, at sa kimembro ni jury siya para ikausaw niya si John Tuck, gining kombatero ni UFC. Machaki si Tuck no sexual assault kontra palaan gi parking lot yun sagan sumotso gi sa tamuning gimapos na sakan. No rineport KUAM biktima sa mananangga pero fatu tatigwahan yutumon semana per pero gaigi sa zagi matutuhon ni Trio Tuck. Todi dos banda sa makatkukulan na trial sa sempiutinaka on semana na tempo. Yabugana si Tuck sa si Randy Conliffe. Imasa sunto, Masya esta pumara administrador para Chamorro Land Trust Commission de kumikaling adzo na pumara administrador para Chamorro Land Trust Commission de kumikaling adzo na pormadyo sa tendi bidanya. Este ilang na si Senadora Joanne Brown na niya requesta i Speaker Teresa Lahi na humanagwahan niya di oversight na hearing para CLTC. Si Jack Hattick sa pumara mumaga si CLTC después si Sen Migay na inatburoto sa investigasyon ni board CLTC anay matsakin yun na hendintano na inafetsas gay para utulay kay tinigay na report. Timananong ni board ay resulto ni sinanda ni Hagwihi na investigasyon. Dadya masangan sa tikapa si Hattick para umagas giadyo na ahensya. Gikatanda si Brown sa amenta na i-commission sa gwaha matatampi na malabida sa mamires ni Totogwaham para matungo hafa. Imapos na bednes sa utumo na dia para si Hattick gi CLTC. Logay gipagwagi sa adlob na staff assistant para magahaga. Gyoto tikulo, sigaw ni report gin ni Office of the Public Auditor, iman may lihi sa mga maapunta siya ng opisyal ng gobernamento sa todo esta matatizi ilay no David Matsuri at si Ethics and Government na finanagwi. Lo lengay OPA nagwaha siya kulantisen sumilong gi ilay ni temanagwaha minita per penya para 17 mamanos gineste na reglamento zani uno matarya para manasiguro na makumpli esti. Manota talo ni OPA na itaymano na para makonsigil zanya audit sa para makontak kada uno na ehensya para matsuli informasyon. Rekomenda i OPA na i Guam Ethics Commission hu maapunta para manasiguri ni komplasi. Diyuto mo, gimapos na taluan ng sablo managwaha memorial gi Fish Eye Marine Park sa Asan para si Kenneth Bigby, 55 anyos na edad. Imanggatsong niya oto siya na manliliof dan manggatsong niya ginitsetso sa Manistaba para maonra daw fan manay tribute para este na liliof ni mga agang Randy. Nuriniport KUAM gidi-23 gabrid utumo na malii si Bigby. Gidespues san may na ahensya siya manhuzong para maligo si Bigby. Kuntori Guam Fire ni Guam Police ng Departamento siya, US Coast Guard, Navy Dive Lockers sa makondukto ginaligaw gita sing Tangison, Yurizanya. Manhalom na este na lugar na lumiog si Bigby. Manaposible memorial ni member ni Guam Tropical Dive Station na lugar ni ginamatsotso si Bigby para sa nanako na tempo. Para Guam News Network, Walsikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First.
All right, we're...
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
All right, everybody, and before we go to break, our friends at the Office of Civil Defense and Homeland Security did report this morning that the U.S. Geological Survey recorded an earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 4.4 on the Richter scale. It was 46 kilometers north of Jigo with a depth of 180 kilometers. This was just after 12:36 this morning, Chris.
Wow.
All right, please stay tuned, everybody. More Link, more interviews, more fun when we return.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble
connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@kuam.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Good stuff. Oh, man.
You know it's crazy.
I want to say we had some kind of new info come out of Treasury, Bree, just now.
Yeah, we're kind of just, Nestor and I are chatting. We're trying to just go through the information. It looks like the Treasury may have released some guidelines, but it also, there's a breakdown here where territories get 4.5 billion, and then it further breaks it down. I'm just trying to pull it up where it has the listing for the amounts for the territories, and here it is, allocation for territories. And I want to say it says for Guam, it's 553 million. Yeah, 553.5 million for Guam. That's the total funding. The CNMI, 481.8 million. American Samoa, 479.1 million. Puerto Rico, 2.4 billion. In the Virgin Islands, 515.3 million. So in total, 4.5 billion was allocated for the
You're saying that wrong,
territories
Bree.
and Guam's share. Am I?
Yeah, you got to say 4.5 billion.
Right. So again, the way it looks, it does look like Guam's share is 553.5 million.
Is that just me, or
which
does
is
it-
different from the 664.
Yeah. So are we getting 554 million and 664 million, or are we just getting 500?
No. I would think it's just 553.5 million. But there's a meeting today, so hopefully we can get the final number. And again, we're just pulling this up now, trying to understand what this all means.
Yeah. And Bree, so this would be the ARP funds allocated to the territories.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
So Rosemary Laguardia commented, "Is it for another stimulus?" No.
Well, it's up to the governor how she's going to, spend it. You heard from the legislature that they want some of the money to go to the RISE Act law. But the governor, in her response, she doesn't feel it's, she feels that it's discriminatory and that GovCom employees should be eligible for the RISE Act.
Yeah. I know, Joe. We're just hearing the chatter in here that how could it be discriminatory when the government employees were paid throughout they were. Let's be real. I love my GovGuam employees, but you guys got paid to stay home, like your full check, dude. I'm sorry.
And if Joseph,
and you got the stimulus.
And if Joseph raises his voice about this because he's concerned, the man who
We gotta
never
get you a
says
microphone,
anything.
Joseph.
Yeah.
No, but it is what it is. I'm sorry. But yeah, you guys got to stay home, and a lot of you just stayed home and got paid the pandemic. I'm not hating on you. You're lucky. That's why people want to work for GovGuam, because you're set for life. That's why. Hello, yeah, I get it. But this must give the darn private sector their $800. Come on, Governor. Really? That's just ridiculous. And what you're doing is you're just further creating and encouraging this division between the public and the private sector. I don't have an issue. I think, why can't I love everybody, private, public. I don't discriminate.
Even military, federal. Everybody is everybody. Come
Yeah,
on
yeah,
now.
all right, all right.
No, you love everybody.
Yeah, I do. But, I mean, and that's why she hasn't paid this is because she's saying, oh, no, I want to make sure the GovGuam employees get paid. Because election. That's real. It's because election, guys. That's all it is. GovGuam is like whatever, 10,000 employees, 10,000 votes, read votes. And that's why I'm pretty sure Adelup is thinking, God, if we don't pay our GovGuam employees this RISE Act, then they're going to go vote for whoever is running. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, the U.S. Treasury released guidelines with the totals. And Jace, if you want to post that, we can send this over. It's in our chat here. So we were initially anticipating 664, right?
Yeah.
So in the breakdown, it shows Guam, like I mentioned earlier, 553.5 million. We're going to run this up to Adelup just to see if they've got a comment and a reaction to this.
Well, they're probably just getting it. I think I'm sending it around to some of the senators, and so I don't think they've seen it. Well, it's going to be a heck of a meeting today. Yeah, so
one heck of a closed door
I
meeting.
tell you, one heck of a. I got to put my ear to the door. You're going to be able to hear the yelling.
Guys, before the morning gets way too intense, can we do a birthday shout out?
Yeah, man.
This is by special request for our friend
Jay.
Glenn Lujan, right?
Okay.
And Glenn just doesn't do birthdays. Glenn is like Mr. Positivity.
I need to sing happy birthday because my high blood's getting up there.
Yeah, Glenn is Mr. Positivity, Mr. Saturday Night. The only people that don't like Glenn are the snakes, right? Because he's coming after them full force. But
Not they love him.
Glenn goes, can I make a birthday shout out? And Glenn goes big, right? So birthday shout outs to Earl Espiritu, Darlene Manabusen, Casey Ong, and my first cousin, Jackie Salas.
Yes, you can. Okay, Jay. So on the name part, you got that because I
Okay.
can't do it.
Ready?
Okay, ready, Bree? Bree, where you at? Bree?
Yeah.
Pay the Rise Act. Pay the Rise Act.
And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Earl Espiritu and Jackie Salas and Darlene Manabusen and Casey Ong and anybody else whose birthday it may be throughout the world.
Right on.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Earl Espiritu and Jackie Salas and Darlene Manabusen and Casey Young and anybody else
And
born.
pay the Rise Act.
And May the 11th. Happy birthday to you. Good luck, good health, and good fortune. Fortune being the operative word.
Right on. Happy birthday. 7:28. Hey, guess who's coming on the show today? We're getting some of these senators. Yep.
One's already here.
One's is already here. We're getting a few of them on. And then there's a new PIO over at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
The last time the hospital had like a spokesperson or PIO, I want to say, Bree, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Connor Murphy, right? A young man.
I want to say yes.
That was at least 5 years ago.
Right. Which to me, you know what I think when I hear that, Jay? I think, oh man, they've been going 5 years without a PIO. Why would they need to hire one? I mean, but I'm a Grinch, so. That's all. Yeah, but anyway, that being said, we're going to have the new PIO for the Guam Memorial Hospital on this morning because it's Hospital Week. And also it's Mental Health Awareness Month. So we're getting Project Tulaika from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. It's going to be a great interview with Jason Salas.
Yeah, so a project.
What is Project? What is Project Tulaika?
Let me grab the paper.
Tulaika, isn't that fixed?
Change.
Okay, so here I'm reading off the poster right now, and Timegay Tinilaika Giidza Tulaika, which is tomorrow for not a lot has changed at Project Tulaika. I like that.
Nice.
So basically, what they want to do, and we'll have we're gonna have Helen Onadera and Alyssa Roberto.
Oh, nice, Helen.
On later on this morning, and they're basically going to say that
Right.
like this is a service that has been ongoing, but because of the pandemic, it really changed operationally the
Yeah.
way that they were able to service clients and bring these healthcare services to people that need them. And they're also going to break down what happened pre-COVID and in the current environment. So they do things like
Basically,
crisis
it's like,
stabilization.
yeah, it's just how to deal with the stress, anxiety of living in this new normal. So
Yeah.
that's something we can all relate to. They're coming up at 9:30. We're also getting Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department coming up this morning. Bree, you know what's interesting is a few weeks ago, before you went on your journey to America, we talked about this policy with the Department of Corrections.
And that would be the kind of like infamous policy where they were not confining violent offenders, right, Chris?
Yeah, thank you for that, Jay. They were booking and releasing non-violent offenders, which because they were adhering to this policy that they came up with way back in November when they had the little outbreak or the outbreak at DLC. And so what that had led to was a bunch of the police officers kind of sounding off to the media saying, hey, we're arresting these people who they need to be in jail because they're, a menace to society. But DLC is booking and releasing them. And so I just thought it was really interesting because the actual case that we brought up to kind of really highlight how ridiculous this was this case where this guy, Anthony Louis P. Camacho, had been arrested for a slew of felonies. I mean, it was a lot. It was auto theft, fraudulent use of a license plate, illegal possession, Schedule 2, confiscated contraband, retail theft, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, theft of a motor vehicle, theft of a motor vehicle. So anyway, they got the arrest on this guy, went to take him to DLC. DLC turned around and let him go. And then what happened is he led police officers on a high-speed chase through 5 villages. This is that story that we were talking about, Bree. And so the guy, one of the suspects they arrested in this high-speed chase is Anthony Louis P. Camacho, who was the same guy that the Southern Precinct, I think, arrested for all these charges, and DLC booked and released. So there you have direct evidence of this stupid policy of DLC affecting the public. I mean, if that's not coming back to bite you in the ass, like, I don't know what is. And thank God it didn't turn out worse. I mean, thank God no innocent bystander was shot because there was an officer involved shooting, and now they've put all these officers on administrative leave to investigate the whole thing. But none of this would have happened. None of it would have happened if DOC was doing their job and putting people in the jail, pending the trial. I mean, yeah, he could have got out if he was magied or pre-release or whatever. But the point is, these cops get the collars and then the criminals get set free. But, happy ending, guys. They're changing that policy. So there you go. 7:33. We're waiting just for Senator Sabina, and then we'll go to the senators. We're going to take a quick break, though, and we're coming back with Senator Jim Moylan, Republican, Senator Tello Taitigui, Republican, Senator Sabina Perez, Democrat. And we're talking about the closed-door meeting that's happening at Adelup. Yep. Closed-door meeting. Public is not allowed. Are we allowed to put our ear to the door, though, Bree? What do you think? Is that a violation?
I would.
Yeah, it's kind of, again, we did our open on this. It's a little ridiculous.
Can we get someone with like a paper cup to run like the string out in the other side and we'll listen
what? I don't get it, though.
Put the microphone to the door.
Yeah. What would they do? Are they going to tackle us? Don't get any ideas.
Because that would be a violation of social distancing.
Jack Hatting will tackle us, probably. He's like, I'm tired of you guys talking. At 7:34, we're going to take a break. And, yeah, just a lot of troublemaking coming up on the show. So you're welcome.
Deals, deals, and more deals.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Walking with you on my mind, my hair reflects against your waters. Running with you by my side, keeps telling me that there's no other. The waves keep crashing to the rhythm in my head, and your rays keep shining like the day will never end. Oh, to Monday, oh, just seeing your beauty and watching the cuties go by. Oh, to Monday, the hotels along your side are filled with many different people.
Oh, not anymore.
Swimming and sailing.
Yep. They got to remix this song, Jack Larimer, because Tumon is not filled with many different people. I mean, there's different people because people are exercising, but anyway. That's Jack Larimer. It's called Tumon Bay, right here on The Link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. 7:39. Let's head into the Zoom room where we've observed all the social distancing protocols to fit in. We have 3 senators and a veteran journalist. Of course, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, joined here by Republican Senator Tello Taitagui, Republican Senator Jim Moylan, and Democrat Senator Sabina Perez. Good morning, Senators.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, KUAM family.
Right, today
Good
is the
morning.
day, the big meeting.
Right.
Right on. Hope you guys...
And you know, just ahead of their meeting, the U.S. Treasury, we just got this, released the guidelines for the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. It also released the funding totals, which show Guam will be getting $553.5 million, not the $664 million as previously announced by ADLU. The breakdown provides for $450 million for each territory, and then additional funds based on population, which brings the total for Guam to $553.5. The governor, as we've been talking about all morning, will be hosting senators this afternoon in a closed-door meeting. Friday, they wrote a letter to the governor providing their spending priority list. All 15 senators, both Democrats and Republicans, signed off on this letter, and some of the notable things that were included was the $200 million to help build a new hospital, and at the very top of their priority list was the $800 Local Rise Act program. So again, we have some of our senators in the Zoom room to talk about this priority list, and I guess also just their reaction to this development about the $553.5 million. Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina. Well, I'll just jump right in here, knowing that the numbers fluctuate. It's been fluctuating for the last 2 months, you know, from 664 down to 631 to 600. I'm not surprised to see this happening, that it is fluctuating. My concern too is basically the funds that were appropriated to Department of Education. If that's fluctuating at 287 million, that's going to be that's separate and apart, you know, from the ARP funds that are coming in. Of course, the emergency rental assistance at 13.5 million, as well as the 33.6. I'm sorry, yeah, that's the emergency rental assistance program is 33.6 million. And the 13.5 for homeowners assistance and 56.2 million for state small business credit initiatives. Those are important to have, you know, and I'm hoping that these numbers don't fluctuate, that they stay the same. But I'm really not surprised. This afternoon's meeting is going to shed a lot of light on questions that we have as well. The administration, of course, has a direct link with Washington to receive information up front. And quite frankly, this is news. I thank you, KUAM, for always providing information well before I do, before I get it.
We're good Googlers, Senator. We're good Googlers.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is news to me. I'll definitely be reading on it.
Yeah. Well,
that's my take. And again, this is a wish list. So for me, I know that we're going to go in there and move money around or, you know, subtract it, because one of the most important things we have to remember is our debt ceiling, where we are in our debt ceiling. So whatever we're going to do, we have to put that in consideration. And right now we have our debt ceiling for future is only 335 million. That's it for any kind of borrowing that we do. So we really need to be cautious of that.
Yeah. I mean, Senator Tello, you said that this administration has a direct line to the White House. Well, if that's the case, why don't we even know how much money we're receiving?
Well, or how we're supposed to send it, because in our first letter that we provided to the governor, we asked for the guidance on how we can spend this funding, and we haven't gotten it. But it's a Democrat administration in Washington as well as on Guam, so you would think that there's this connection. I hope there is this connection. Give us a little advantage here, but I think we're all going to be. We're all been left in the dark for a while, but I think today is gonna, it's an opportunity for us to come together on both houses and look at what's in the future for our island and to assist the people of Guam. On the RISE Act that was also appropriated, I think there was another assistance for small businesses at GIDA, which was a bill that was passed. Try to remember what that bill was. Anyways, it was to help the small business program with GIDA, and it was only appropriated 3 million. I think it was only appropriated 10 million. But in our request, our wish list, we only appropriated 3 million. So the original law said 10. So there are going to be a lot of numbers that's going to be moved around. and you're getting how many people in a room? 17 people, to decide, the governor, lieutenant governor, and 15 senators to try and agree on where the money is going to be spent. It's going to be a challenge in itself. Number one.
Senator Tello, so you said that, at least you guys won't be left in the dark, but people who will be left in the dark, the general public. Senator Sabina, this meeting is going to be closed door. Agree, disagree? Should this be available for public scrutiny, public involvement? Streamed maybe even?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm flexible. I think, this is the people's money. So, these are just proposals, right? And, we want to make sure that, the money that we're putting to is actually prioritizing our people. And I think the proposal that we have currently does that. When I'm looking at the information, so I got a chance to look at the Treasury's list of what we can spend it on. I'm really glad to see that we're in line what the Treasury is allowing. So, healthcare is one of them, aid to those in need, as well as infrastructure. So as far as the amount that's going, we were proposing based on that $600 million amount. And so when I'm looking at, what are the possible flexibilities where we can change, and I think labor has always been a big issue as far as construction, right? Construction labor. And that's really what's going to inflate the cost of these infrastructure projects. And, I think, we must meet this problem head on, I think. If there's a way we can, if we can continue funding these infrastructure projects. So, by the way, these infrastructure projects that are on the proposal are not what's, for instance, on GWA side, they are not what the court has ordered. These projects are the ones that people have been, seeking relief for. Sewer hookups, line replacement to repair the aging lines. What really was court ordered was more of the sewer system as far as the pump stations, the treatment plants, those sort of things, and those need to be addressed. But the other, the lower priority are the ones that are what the people experience more directly. And, for instance, the line replacements, septic tank elimination, sewer hookups, those are the things that this proposal does. And if we can be more efficient through the procurement process to get all these things done as much as possible, and also come under what's being granted to Guam, I think that's something that would require more discussion. And the fact is too, a lot of this infrastructure upgrades too would go towards the agricultural development, which is what is one of the priorities of the administration. So all of this is going to create more of a long-term fix for things that have been, I don't know if the word's neglected, but hasn't been addressed because of the lack of funds. And so now this is the opportunity to really address these things, including, the hospital, for instance. We don't have enough money under the debt ceiling to rebuild the hospital, and I think this is something that can be achieved using this fund.
Senator Moylan, what do you anticipate some of the points of contention may be in this meeting as you guys have sent over your list? Are there anything on your priority list that you can see right off the bat, maybe the governor not wholeheartedly agreeing with?
Oh, absolutely, Chris. Going further, I think this meeting should be an open door meeting. There's one thing in that ethics class that we all took. Our instructor gave us the point of view that, I think it was Attorney Camacho, the best way you can tell how ethical you are is if you can get in front of the media and answer the questions. So when you have a closed door meeting, you're not allowing the people to hear what's going on, the personalities being displayed and the questions being asked and challenged. I think like how this meeting is going to go is like what we saw already. I don't see the governor maybe listening a little bit, but basically the governor has told us she can use the money any way she pleases. And that's kind of why I think the RISE Act wasn't paid off initially. and which I've been pushing for since March, and asking the governor to pay for that. In fact, we even put some recommendations to increase the RISE Act from 800 to 1,000 to 1,600 to 2,000. I think we're still fortunate to get the 553 million, if that's the new number out there. How we prioritize the spending, I believe should go into the hands of the people. We know from our reports, the CRER report, the top things that the government gains as income to generate our general fund are the BBT, business privilege tax, corporate tax, withholding tax, and individual tax. How do you make that happen? Well, we have 553 million coming on in. How do you make that happen then if you're going to get our income up for the general fund? If we want America to get moving again, if we want Guam to let's get moving again, then you put that money into the hands of the people. That's where my point of view would come across to the governor, and I know we have some disagreements, but I've been fortunate enough to have a couple of one-on-one meetings with the governor and the lieutenant governor and their policy advisor to stress how important it is to get more money into the hands of the people. Infrastructure, fine. Hospital, fine. But all those things we failed at as a government providing the services for generations. Now we're going to put more money into it to hopefully fix it. Well, we're probably going to run it down to the ground again. But unless you have a general fund that is healthy by supported with small businesses, then eventually you can generate the income necessary to maintain the maintenance of these programs. Right now, you pump money into it, you fix it up, it's going to collapse. How long does our new building stand and look shiny? Unless you got some public-private partnerships that maintain it for 20-some years. That's how I think a new hospital should be built, with a public-private partnership, not be run with the same system we've been running with for years upon years, to include the management of the hospital, so our doctors and our nurses can do their duties. And that's what they should be focused on. I support putting more money into the hands of the people, increasing the general funds by supporting small businesses and by allowing these businesses to hire more employees, because we know by September, PUA ends, and what are we going to do then? So I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'll take some notes. If you want to talk to me afterwards, I'll let you know how it goes.
Well,
go ahead, Bree.
just hearing the news about this potential $110 million cut from the initial number we got at 664 million. What on the spending priority list are you guys looking to, or would possibly cut from it?
Well,
if you had to
take a stab at it. Well, I'm pretty sure she's going to tell us, because the governor has full authority to utilize first the funding that's coming in, not the legislature. Yes. However, other states have been challenging the governor's perspective, and states have been actually coming together and working together to with the governor and the legislature on appropriating these funds. And I think that's what the governor's initiative was, especially when we had bills coming forward. I introduced a bill, Bill 124, that basically requires the governor to do a budget realignment, not just currently on law. It says in realignment, if the funds are lower, if the revenue is coming in 3% lower, then the governor needs to come back with a budget realignment. And the bill that I introduced was, well, how about if it goes up? If we receive 3% higher in revenue coming in, whether it's federal government, federal funds, or just local government, which would be amazing. But she would have to come back to the table and do a realignment plan. I think Senator St. Augustine's bill too, as well, kind of push that envelope for the governor to finally come to the table and sit down and speak with us. I've always been an advocate for the roads. Our roads are getting worse. I'd like to see that the roads stay in, but as far as funding for the people of Guam, of course, the bill 35-94 that was introduced to help small businesses, that, like I said earlier, in actually that would raise it to 10 million. So I think that funding first shall be prioritized to the people of Guam, the people who really need it, those who've been out of work for over a year, those who are having issues with the rental. That I think is priority. And then we can start working down from there. And then, but I think if we were to try Guam Visitors Bureau right now is taking a big chunk at 38 million. We all know that this is not going to be happening on Guam, bringing our tourists in real quick, unless our other Asian countries that come to visit our island also get vaccinated and start lifting their restrictions and quarantine, because that's not going to happen. I think we can lower some of the funding there. I know it's it's not very popular for me to say, but I think we need to get our people on their foot back to being able to sustain themselves.
Senator Sabina.
So I have to hit into GVB right now, looking at everything else.
Yeah, so when you look at what was the proposal, what the legislature's proposal was, the largest share is the infrastructure. And so, I probably wouldn't touch the aid and the healthcare. It might have to come out of the infrastructure part of it. And unfortunately, the idea behind that was to help prevent any increases in rates. So that's the part that may have to be reduced unless we can get, the cost of construction. I know this is a grand wish, but the cost of construction down to the point where we can maybe accomplish a lot of these items on the infrastructure portion. Of course, the hospital, there's different ways of financing the hospital, whether putting a whole chunk of money out there. I know, the model that we have right now for these large capital improvement projects are, the lease back program, where we don't have to put in all of the funding up front. So that's maybe one of the avenues for financing that might work. In regards to, I think the governor is very supportive of the RISE Act. And I see her, implementing that. I think in regards to also education, I think it's important that, we continue to hold that amount because, with the diversification of education comes a diversification of our economy, is what's needed. I think, I guess the idea is that if we can grow what we need within our school system, we could potentially maybe reduce a lot of these costs. A lot of this funding would go towards private companies too, the ones that are involved in construction, technology upgrades. These are things the government doesn't have expertise in and has to outsource. So, this money is going to come into the coffers of private sector, which in turn can support the government sector as well. I see this as the proposal is going towards economic recovery as well, if you look at it that way.
Senator Moylan, we just got about a minute here.
Oh, sure. I'm going to stick with the Let's Get Guam Moving initiatives. I think the CRER report tells us every quarter where we're at, how much money we need to sustain the government, where we are in our budget, and where we are in the money coming on in. To get that at a good level and how to follow with the American Recovery Plan is to build your economy. How do you do that? Well, the CRER report tells you that with the BBT tax, with the corporate tax, with withholding tax and individual tax. You put the money into the hand of the people. $500 credit card program, I recommended that. Pari Povleku, that's the plan for that. Help customers pay for their utilities, help customers pay for their rent. Business startup ideas also, not just existing businesses, but new businesses as well. And increase the amount of money in the RISE Act. These initiatives come out to $107.5 million. Out of 553, there's enough money left over for the governor to figure out what else she'd like to do. Infrastructure, fine. But highway funds have been rated for how long? And so what's going to happen next? We can't maintain our roads once you fix it, and we go dig it up afterwards looking for our gloves because we forgot to include something. I just don't get it. But if you have a general fund that is strong and healthy by the support of small businesses and by helping the small businesses, then we can maintain this pandemic and we can maintain the following pandemic.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
looking forward to our meeting
with
the governor, and I'll give you guys some notes on that.
Thank you,
very much.
senators.
Thank you.
Good
thank
luck.
you.
Break a leg.
There's one other thing.
I got to
that we
run,
need
man,
to look
Senator.
into.
If you guys want to hold through the break, just hold on because doesn't seem like we're done here. We're going to take just a really quick break and come back with more of The Link on KUAM TV next. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Tuesday, May 11th. My name's Chris. That's Jason.
Good morning.
Sabrina Salas-Manzanati in the KUAM News Zoom room. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. And welcome to the Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 episode of The Link. It's proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends at Jack in the Box. Coming up, we're going to do news with Jason Salas from the KUAM News team. And also we'll catch up with the new public information officer for the Guam Memorial Hospital, Sergeant Paul Tapao, Guam Police, and then Project Tulaika with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center as part of Mental Health Awareness Month. All of that is coming up right now, though. We continue the conversation with Republicans, Senators Tello Taitagui and Jim Moylan, and Democrat Senator Sabina Perez. We're talking about this closed-door meeting, and I believe the senators here have all said they wouldn't mind if it was open door. But this closed-door meeting with the governor happening, I believe, 2 or 2:30, where they're going to be discussing with the governor and probably lieutenant governor their priority list for the, what are we saying, Bree? Is it 550 million-ish? 600 million-ish?
According to the U.S., 600 million-ish, I would say, because we did get a comment and clarification from Mr. Byrne from the Department of Administration, Crystal Palca San Augustine. She spoke with him and then forwarded that the dollar amount you're seeing is only the state allocation, adding the county and non-entitlement elements are estimated to add up to 604 million. Treasury is anticipated to issue a clarification on non-entitlement units. Also, this figure does not include the Capital Projects Fund, which is to be released later. Again, we continue to work through this as the interim final rule is 151 pages long. That is the statement from DOA Director Edward Byrne.
All right, so hopefully they're enlisting their speed readers.
There you go.
How long does it take you to read 150 pages?
A while.
Yeah.
I could probably speed read through it, but I wouldn't understand any of it. Just, reading through it.
Right.
Difference between reading and comprehending.
So, I mean, it kind of seems like the amount of money we're getting is still a moving target. That being said,
yeah.
How much actual fleshing out and agreeing or disagreeing with you guys' list and what the governor wants to do, how much of that do you actually think is going to happen in this meeting today?
Well, you brought up Chris earlier and Sabrina asking us if, because the money is so substantially lower than what we anticipated or what we submitted to the governor's office, and where we're going to find these cuts that we provided for, because it's going to be under scrutiny. Everything that we put forward from the Attorney General's office to OTEC, these numbers are just, a wish list. Of course, things can, lower. We may, cut, 3 million here, 4 million here. But one of the things that we also need to anticipate, and I'll let Senator Perez elaborate on that, is the ordered closure and post-closure that we put $27 million toward, and still anticipating the outcome of the court case. And I'll allow Senator Sabina, because she's very well versed on this when it regards to environment and what's happening at the dump and the anticipation of the findings from the court.
Yeah, so my understanding with Guam Solid Waste Authority is that we're still in partial receivership, at least the post-closure of ORDOT dump. And that's really awaiting US EPA signing off on their post-closure plan. So when the receivership, I guess, ended, the partial ending of the receivership, Guam Solid Waste had to absorb a lot of the contracts to get out of that, at least partial receivership. So included in that are the contractors that are involved in the closure of the ORDOT dump. And so there wasn't a lot of room to negotiate. And so they're stuck with the cost of these contracts. I think any funding that can go towards, again, these infrastructure would help relieve or delay any kind of increases to the ratepayers. As you know, there's a Supreme Court case. Hopefully they rule in our favor that there wasn't any statute of limitations, which they can proceed to go on to recoup some of the cost for cleanup of the ORDOT dump. But that hasn't happened yet. So I think that was the intent behind proposing that amount. That was, I believe, in collaboration with Guam Solid Waste Authority.
How does this though tie into COVID? Because I'm just looking at it right now, this guidance, and it says that ineligible uses, including funding debt service, legal settlements or judgments, and deposits to rainy day funds or financial services. So, I mean, the ORDOT dump consent decree has been going on for years.
Yeah, I haven't really looked closely at the guidance, but if they're allowing for infrastructure support, then that I believe
might
qualify. Right.
What about
And
with
that's
the?
substantial. Will cover most of the costs that we anticipate as well on our end, on the government side. So that's coming up very shortly. So we can be keeping our prayers, lighting our candles for that one. To hope because we're on the last leg for that.
Yep, finger your rosary
This
beads.
is going to be the first meeting, right, for all of the senators to meet with the governor face to face in over a year, right? Over a year.
March 16th, 2020, exactly. I remember the days before COVID shut down. That was the last meeting.
I think that was a closed door meeting as well.
Right. Yeah. I noticed the
How
governor
long do you
doesn't.
think this meeting is going to go?
Well, at least I would say at least a couple hours, I hope. I mean, because the longer we're in there, at least we know we're working together and trying to get this through. I mean, if this meeting ends within 30 minutes or, less than an hour, then I don't think we've come to any kind of, understanding. But the longer we're in there, I think the better it is for us.
Are you guys hoping to walk away from this meeting with an actual, plan that both of you can agree to?
I think I'm pretty hopeful about that. And I think the fact that she's inviting all 15 senators is a good sign, considering last term, there wasn't much, transparency on or at least inviting the senators to help develop a plan.
With the CARES
And I
Act.
think this is a good step forward. So I think I'm very hopeful that we can come to an agreement.
At least a commitment, I'm looking forward to her committing to working together. If we don't finalize everything today, that we can continue on. That's really important. That commitment from the governor.
Well, I guess we're counting on you guys to tell us what happened in the meeting since it's closed door.
Absolutely. Never been one to hold back. You guys know me. I'm not writing letters. I'm on the air with KUAM telling the people the way it is, straight to the point.
All right.
Yeah. Stand outside there. Get your cameras ready. I'm sure we'll be anxious to tell everything that the governor wants us to hear.
I mean, I wonder though, like, are you guys curious about like the format, how is it going to be moderated? I mean, would this have been something that we could have seen at the legislature in the form of maybe like an informational hearing? something a little more, open to the public. I'm just wondering, thinking out loud.
I think that what we see at Adelup, we're going to see that again today. It's going to be nothing different other than we're all invited for a closed door meeting. But the presentation, we've seen it before. The instructions and where our input is, we've seen it before. What's the difference going to be is, well, we just got more federal money and we'll probably be told how it's going to be spent. Yeah, we have our input. That's fine. And I'm pushing for the governor to take some of these Let's Get Guam Moving initiatives and just do it in executive order. Just write it out, get it done. And I understand they're looking at that, and I'm happy for that. But get the money into the hands of the people quicker. Yeah, we can do these nice meetings. We can sit down and pretend to all hold hands and kumbaya, and that's wonderful. But at the end of the day, the governor has told us since the beginning, I have complete authority over the federal money based on the Organic Act. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you folks, but let me tell you how it's going to be done. That's the job of the governor. And if the people so like that, well, vote her in again. If you don't, then it's up to you of what you decide to do. but really, we really got to get going. And if this 553 comes in tomorrow, I want to see it to get into the hands of the people as soon as possible. Let's just not wait. How is it that you're concerned about if it's the right thing to do? Is it the right thing to do to pay out the RISE money? Come on, that's already lapsed into law. You got the Attorney General's opinion. You got I don't what else do you need, right? It's good enough. It's fine. Pay it out, and in fact, increase it. Get more money into the business folks' hands. They're the ones that's going to generate the BBT, the income tax, the corporate tax, withholding tax that makes our government function. And we got a once in a lifetime. I don't know if we're going to get the fourth stimulus. I really, unless you want China to own the U.S., why would we do that? But now we have the opportunity with 553 to make the difference, to build our island strong. So the next pandemic, we're in a better position. Right. I'm looking forward to the meeting. Right. I can tell you that.
So when we talk about the infrastructure, right, there was a part in there where you guys want to use, I forget the exact dollar amount, but it would be used to do improvements to Guam Water Works so that the ratepayers wouldn't have to bear the brunt of a 10% increase every year for the next 3 years. So it's basically a 30% increase in the cost of our water, right? So how hard are you guys going to go on just like that one thing? Because that potentially, I think it's noble. It's a noble effort to try and keep us from, you do the math, guys. $100 water bill is going to go up to $130, right? So is this going to be, and are there any of these lists that you guys are just very firm and, will yell about?
Well, any increase into the cost of utilities, of course, is very alarming for anybody. It's difficult enough already, but the $52 million that we set aside for Waterworks to give that little delay or hope to keep our rates lower is very important. That's one thing I don't think I want to budge at when it comes to utilities. So yeah, that'll stay. And just to let you know, Sabrina, you mentioned in May 7th, when we received a letter from the governor, it was only on May 7th, the number was 619 million. We've gone from 664 to, but as of May 7th, it's obvious when she sent her letter to us, it was 619 million for federal aid package. So I wouldn't be surprised they've got that message just over the last 3 days too as well. That's news to us, but we're definitely going to have to lower somewhere here. And but when it comes to utilities, any way we can assist the public, I think I would maintain that 52 million for Waterworks.
I just like to say I'm sorry that. On the waterworks, the water rates going up, it's because the commercial rates, the money collected by the commercial businesses are the biggest ratepayers. Pacific Islands Hotel with all these, their pool facilities and their water park facilities, when you close down and the tourists aren't there, that's a great loss of revenue. It's probably 60% of the rates coming in for our utilities, power and water. The 52 million will be very helpful. But at the end, you need the private businesses, just like for the garbage collection too. It's 60% is commercial revenue, 40% is individual revenue. Of course, you're going to have to increase individual revenue unless you get the corporations back on their feet. And that's why this is the important part now, to put this money back into businesses to get them going, so we can help subsidize so the people of Guam, the individuals, don't have to pay so much for utilities and trash payment. But right now we're seeing that effect because the companies have closed. We don't have the diversified economy to help subsidize that. So once we get the businesses back going, then we can survive. 52 million will be very helpful, but in the long run, businesses need to get going once again. Thanks.
And I think what's also important is that, a lot of GWA is losing about 50% of its water that it's pumping to leaks in the line. And so whatever money that we're giving to GWA should be focused on, a big portion of that should be focused on replacing these leaking lines. And that would help reduce the cost of operations. So we look at it from that perspective, because it takes a lot of energy to pump water. And by fixing those lines, we're reducing the energy cost, as well as protecting the aquifer from over pumping. So I think we have to take a closer look at how the monies are going to be utilized and how efficiently they're going to be utilized when we're looking at infrastructure upgrades, and that would save the people money too as well.
Right. Yeah, very true.
You know, one thing I didn't see in here was the proposal from Senator Frank Blas Jr. It's something that he had been pitching on providing some sort of a relief for PPE. Was that something that was brought up at all? The personal protective equipment?
I think Sabrina, with PPEs or anything else that was not placed in here, I'm sure the other senators are going to bring it up. I have a couple of legislative bills too. I mean, it's important that whatever bills that we do introduce into the legislature, it does have a funding source. And this is not just a hoopla bill, make everyone look like you're the hero or what, or it should be a bill that provides funding for it. So I'm pretty sure that some of the bills, unfortunately, have been introduced with no funding source. So if it stands within the guidelines of this funding from the federal government, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be advocating for that, Sabrina, when we go into the meeting. I'm sorry, Senator Sabina, you were going to say something. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
I interrupted you. My apologies. But there is a portion for the Small Business Pandemic Assistance Program that could potentially fit under there, to purchase any kind of protective gear. So I was just looking, maybe that could be covered through that.
What's interesting also with these, how we're able to at least access, and what we did before with the RISE Act was that we just prioritized the federal funding with the incoming American Rescue Plan, and back then it was the CARES Act, for major funding for the RISE Act, and then with the general fund thereafter. So that's how, it was interestingly played out in the 35th, and many of these measures that have been introduced in the 36 also follow the same formula of the current laws that of the law that was made in place with the RISE Act. So you can, like Senator Frank Blas, can probably get some money out of the American Rescue Plan to just generate, just by dictating it coming from the American Recovery Plan, as we did successfully before with the RISE Act coming out of the CARES funding too. And as many of these Let's Get Guam Moving initiatives have utilized payment as well. But at the end of the day, like the governor said, it's all up to her.
Oh, there you go. Guys, good luck at the meeting. I feel like the more you say, the the worse you're going to make it for yourselves this afternoon.
Well, at least they know what we're asking for, so maybe they can start thinking, okay, well, we know Senator doesn't want the roads to be taken away. We know the water infrastructure have to stay. Well, hopefully they know that. So when they get in there, they'll compromise at least for us. But, all these initiatives, I think it's true to form that we want to make sure that it goes into the people's hands, Guam funding to system for rental, especially. to help our people is most important. You know, and former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, who introduced the RISE Act, you know, I think her good intentions and for us to advocate for what a bill that she had introduced is important that, you know, we move forward with that. And oh my goodness, fingers crossed, everybody light a candle, you know.
Yeah.
Light your candles now.
Go light a candle at St. Jude.
Yes.
That's my mom.
You guys might want to bring like snacks and
Yeah.
stuff like that if you plan on being in there for the long haul.
Jamar chip cookies.
We are.
All right.
Get comfortable.
Thank you, Senator Moylan, Senator Titlegy, Senator Sabina. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep
Good
us
luck.
posted.
Good luck.
We'll be out. We'll be there
Yeah.
this afternoon.
I'll actually be there. So I think we're going to do a Facebook live thing. So if you guys are there and you're coming out, just jump on and we'll get your reaction.
Yeah,
My guess-
bathroom breaks. I'll be making some bathroom breaks in between. So
Yeah, you come out and report to me. They're going to be, what's up with Senator Titlegy's bladder? No, she's reporting to Chris.
My guess is we'll be out of there before an hour.
I think so.
I got an hour.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to rage at that?
Yep. Is there a pool? Was there you guys taking baths?
Yeah,
What are
do
the
a pool.
odds? What do you think, Senator Sabina?
I think the
How
governor
long?
wants to work with us. She wouldn't have called us to the table. She did not want to work with us. And like you said, you know, she does have the authority, like all governors have authority to spend this money, but bringing us to the table is the beginning. So let's all hope that we can work together
So
and stay longer
optimistic.
than an hour.
Wow.
Okay.
What do you think, Senator Sabina? 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours?
No, I think it's going to be definitely the start of a discussion, a dialogue. I do have, I feel that she's genuine in reaching out to the public, through the legislature.
Right on.
Did your spending plan include funding for a new FMS?
It does include. So I think that's critical. Actually, that's a critical need. We want to streamline government. I mean, and get things moving, right? It's a big thorn in the side of a lot of our developers here about getting stuck in permitting. So, and I believe that's one of her initiatives.
We have a permitting czar to take care of that.
That's true. It is one of their top initiatives, and I think this money can definitely help towards that.
Why do you guys laugh when I say permitting czar?
Sabina, have you heard anything new on the RFQ for the new financial management system?
I have only from the vice speaker. So the latest was the vice speaker's press release, and so it is. So it looks like an RFP.
RFP. Okay.
Yeah. So that's going to be handled through, I believe, Department of Administration. They are working. I mean, judging from what I read from that press release, AG's is weighing in on it, obviously, because it's probably over $500,000. $500,000, obviously. And the panel has to come from the agency. So I need to follow up and see if these members are actually certified by law to partake in procurement. But I imagine this American Rescue Plan might delay that because they might have to take in the larger interest of the government in regards to other agencies. And I do hope that the efforts are consolidated. With Bureau of Statistics and Plans, they have a harmonization study coming up for all of GovGuam, and I hope we're not rushing into any kind of procurement, and they're actually looking through traditional procurement rather than emergency procurement.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because we're in an emergency, and then part of the argument that they have for declaring this emergency so that we can get a new financial management system was they said that it's because of all these reporting requirements for this federal money that's coming in. But I'm just thinking, like, how problematic is it to switch our financial management system in the middle of all of this? It just doesn't seem, it seems like they're ripe for all kinds of wrong.
Especially technology. That's when you really need experts on. yeah, I don't think we have the experts within the government to really kind of define them. I could be wrong, though, of course, but that's something we really have to tread carefully.
Right.
We appropriated based on our wish list, $5 million to OTEC. So I think they putting it in. And before you guys go, because I know you're going to throw us off, I have to send a shout out to the nurses at Guam Surgery Center yesterday when I went in for a procedure. They listen to KUAM all the time. To Cheryl and Therese out at Guam Surgery, they just love KUAM. And I said, okay, next time I get on, I'll do a shout out for them. So yeah, just to let you know, the nurses are listening to you, KUAM down there.
Thank you. Anybody who loves KUAM, if you love KUAM, you go to the front of the line. Thank you, nurses. Thank you for your service. Okay, now we're going to go for real, for real. Good luck. See you down there.
All right. Talk to you this afternoon.
All right. It's 8:25. Really quick break, and we're coming back with news right here on the link. Good morning. Banner.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
525 tests gathered Friday through Sunday. People who have been fully immunized can request for verification of their vaccination status by making an appointment with Public Health's immunization program. Call 735-7143 or send an email to immunizationprogram@dphss.guam.gov. You should make a request 5 to 7 days in advance. Let's go back to the newsroom real quick now for a look at what's making news on this Tuesday morning. Here is Tyler Matanani with your link update.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Get tested, get a vaccination, or both if you want. Today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tizin, Public Health will be holding a combination drive-through COVID clinic from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Rapid tests take about 15 minutes for results, and you don't need to have symptoms. Additionally, the Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be available on site. Last week, Public Health launched its very first combination COVID clinic at the Dededo Farmers Market. 2 police officers and 1 custom officer assigned to the isolation facility have contracted COVID-19. Chief of Police Steve Ignacio confirms that the officers are under quarantine and the decontamination team has been activated. As for contact tracing, there have been about 8 officers from GPD, Customs, and the Department of Youth Affairs determined as close contacts.
The assignment, we identified those that were in close contact, and they've been sent home, and they're not going to be reporting for duty until such time that we follow the 5-day incubation period and then also the 14-day period. So we're going to test them at day 5 and then test them again at day 14, just to make sure that they're not positive and that they're not asymptomatic and still reporting for duty.
Ignacio says the 3 officers positive for COVID-19 were not vaccinated and all had some sort of direct or indirect exposure to each other. And he shares this message to the public.
Relaxed standards, relaxed people 3, standards. We still must remain vigilant, and these 3 positives, further, signify that we can't let our guard down. We still have to remain vigilant.
Ignacio adds that the officers' symptoms remain mild and they are not hospitalized. A bill to establish a standardized law enforcement leadership tier and general pay scale plan for peace officers drew plenty of support at a public hearing Monday. The measure by Senator Jim Moylan seeks to establish the basic supervisory and management positions among all GovGuam LEOs and set pay based on input from the current Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. But Post Chairman Police Chief Steve Ignacio says the commission lacks the staff and resources to do such an extensive study.
Doing the study, it's who's going to do the study, and are we the subject matter experts? We're the subject matter experts in law enforcement. Don't get me wrong. We know how to do our job. But are we the subject matter experts when it comes to determining pay?
Bill sponsor Moylan said he specifically gave the responsibility to the Post Commission because the professionals on it have seen all the inequities through the years. He says there's no reason a port security guard should be making $14.15 an hour, while a police officer starts at $11.87. He agrees there's a need for funding, but he believes the commission is the right place to start.
To move forward. Now more than ever, with the crisis we have with these pandemics and other situations where our peace officers are definitely needed. We can't keep on training them at, I think, close to $20,000 a person, only for them to be leaving us for greener pastures.
In its fiscal note, the Bureau of Budget estimated the cost of such a study would be about $75,000. Just because he resigned as administrator of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission doesn't mean he should be let off the hook just yet. Senator Joanne Brown is requesting Oversight Chair Speaker Therese Trelahi call an oversight hearing over the CLTC. Hadig resigned amid controversy and an investigation by the board after allegations surfaced by a land agent of coercion and altering a land report. The board, however, did not release the findings of their investigation, only funding that he was unsuitable to lead the agency. Senator Brown, in a letter to the speaker, insinuates that the commission is participating in a cover-up and that the people deserve answers. Last Friday was Hadig's last day at the CLTC, and Monday was his first day on the job at Adelup, where he is getting paid a salary of $70,000 to serve as a special assistant assigned to oversee capital improvement projects. With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. It's called the CNMI Pandemic EBT, where children who missed out on school meals will get reimbursed. Under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, because school was closed for a while and kids lost access to their free meals, the Pandemic EBT will cover all breakfast, lunch, and snacks for school year 2020 to 2021, which is an estimate of $900 per eligible child. The meal reimbursements will be in the form of NAP coupons. NAP officials are working closely with Dell Roberts from the PSS Child Nutrition Program.
The applications will be available starting Monday,
but I would ask that families wait until Tuesday or Wednesday to seek them out, because they're going to be coming home with the students next week.
The applications will need to be submitted to the Child Nutrition Program office in Capitol Hill or the NAP office in Aslitu. Schools will not be accepting the applications, so families are urged to follow the process for a smooth approval of eligibility. NAP Administrator Walter Macaronis states their target for distribution of the benefits will be this coming June.
Households will be provided a PEBT ID card because, excuse me, one of the requirements when redeeming those benefits, you have to show proof that you're authorized to redeem those benefits. So retailers will be requesting for ID cards. And in addition to the ID cards, they will be requesting that the person provide a valid photo identification for validation.
The guidelines for this program is similar to food stamps.
Households will be receiving what we call regular coupons and local coupons. Whatever the total amount would be, 70% of that benefit would be for regular coupons and 30% would be for local coupons. And what does regular mean? Regular means food commodities that are imported into the CNMI. And then local is strictly for local commodities such as vegetables, fruits, fish, raised, grown here in the CNMI. We do have some non-food eligible items that households can purchase, such as garden tools and seeds and plants that produce fruits and vegetables so that they could, grow their own. They can also buy fishing equipment so they could fish for their own food. So these are non-food items, but they are eligible to be purchased with the PEBT coupon benefit.
The funding for this program is coming from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which is estimating $11 million in food stamps for CNMI students. The application period ends on June 11, and officials state they will not be accepting anything after that. For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limas.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks so much. And as we've been talking about all morning thus far, the $664 million meeting is all set for today between the governor and legislature. Your senators have submitted their spending wish list for the discretionary federal relief funding by the governor, and they'll make their pitch during a closed-door meeting at Adelup. Here's Nestor Lecanto with a preview.
The governor asked for the priority list after some heavy bipartisan lobbying from senators who wanted input on the spending for the American Rescue Plan windfall. The governor asked for the priority list after some heavy bipartisan lobbying from senators who wanted input on the spending for the American Rescue Plan windfall. Speaker Therese Terlahi sent the list Friday in a letter signed by all 15 lawmakers. Their priorities break down into 4 categories. Direct assistance, $68 million, including $30 million for the RISE Act and $35 million for small businesses. Healthcare, $233 million, including $200 million for a new hospital, though the governor has said she will set aside $300 million. Infrastructure and technology upgrades, $341 million, including $52 million for GWA, so they won't have to raise water and sewer rates. And finally, workforce training and diversification, $18.5 million. Speaker Therese Terlahi.
Because this is a one-time, influx of funds, and they're huge amounts, really. So we really want to take care, like you said, Chris, of those perennial problems that we have not been able to get over despite our efforts.
So the bulk of the spending is for capital improvements rather than operational shortfalls. Minority Leader Chris Duenas.
What have been the long-standing issues with government entities that provide services to our people that don't involve staff salaries increases or additional money for staff so that they can handle that in their general fund budget? What have been the long-standing issues with regards to IT stuff, with regard to infrastructure?
The governor is still waiting, though, for federal guidance on how the money can be spent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And in national headlines, as the Guam Visitors Bureau locally is considering the option of vaccination tourism, a growing number of Americans living overseas are flying back to their homeland to get vaccinated. as wait for a shot abroad can be long and frustrating. Ian Lee with CBS has this report.
Just before Turkey shut down the country to stop the spread of COVID, American Amy Goldsmith, living in Istanbul, saw an opportunity back home in Virginia.
Because the situation in Turkey was so bad, I basically didn't leave my apartment for 3 weeks.
She's one of many Americans flying thousands of miles back to the U.S. to get vaccinated.
Because of the way the global supply has been allocated, Americans have this incredible opportunity, and I feel that that kind of privilege cannot be wasted.
Connecticut residents James and Diane Charney got tired of waiting at their home in the Italian countryside.
We were not eligible in Italy up till the time we left. We were too young.
We were really old, but we weren't quite old enough.
Europe's vaccine rollout has been plagued by disruptions. Just over 10% of all Europeans have been fully vaccinated. Compare that to more than 34% of Americans.
And when we saw how well the vaccine rollout was happening here, it was very impressive.
U.S. officials don't count the number of Americans returning to be vaccinated, but more than 9 million U.S. citizens currently live abroad. Do you count yourselves lucky?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're very lucky that we were able to take advantage of something the U.S. is really doing well.
Amy counts herself lucky too, fortunate enough to safely reunite with her 97-year-old vaccinated grandmother. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
And with a quick update in what's happening around the island in Guam's native tongue, here's Uncle King Concepcion with your Chamorro News Update, sponsored by the good folks at First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos updates to get sunto gifinut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Dos barista taftap kaya gandamengo ane man adol lag ni diro za ni polisia isnakin Jeep Wrangler. Matutun mais kapaji polisia distimaina guatu tamuning zan harmon esta hulo dededo pesusut tumus giza zigo maaresta idos. Ane man staba gizalang koda giza dededo i-drive sa topi dos na karetang polisia ni timan mamatka. Gui sa tres na polisia sa matutun man mamaki lo timalago pumara i Jeep. Gilusot tumus gizalan EMS ligi za zigo na masoda ni polisia i Jeep gimenan gumataw-taw na mapapark. Imaresta sa si Anthony Luis Parteco Camacho, 26 anos na edad, dan si Leilani Caitlin Wright, 20 anos na edad. Todi do sa mabuk pas mapreso. Ni GPD Internal Affairs na Division sa membisitiga dyan na susedimento. Todi official polisia ni manmanimbat gagwini sa manmanay administrative leave. Imas, maadsa kimanbam ni jury siya para ikausanya si John Tuck, gining kombatero ni UFC. Machaki si Tuck no sexual assault kontra palaan gi parking lot yun sagan sumotso gi sa tamuning gimapos na sakan. No report KUAM biktima sa mananangga para fatu tatigwahan yutumon semana pero gaigi zazagi matutuhun ni trial Tuck. Todi dos banda sa makat kukulan na trial sa sempiutunaka un semana na tempo. Yabuganda si Tuck sa si Randy Conliffe. Imasa suntu Masaya esta pumara administrador para Chamorro Land Trust Commission de kumikiling adzo na pormado sa tendi bidanya. Este ilinga si Senadora Joanne Brown na requesta Speaker Teresa Lahi na humanagwahan na si oversight na hearing para CLTC. Si Jack Hattick sa pumara mumaga si CLTC después si Sen Migay na inatburoto sa investigasyon ni board CLTC anay matsakin yun na hendintano na inafetsas gay para utulay kay tinigay na report. Timananong ni board ay resito ni sinanda ni Hagui na investigasyon. Dadza masangan sa tikapat si Hattig para umagas giadyo na ahensya. Gikatanda si Brown sa amenta na i-commission sa gwaha matatampi na malabida sa mamires ni Totogohan para matungo hafa. Imapos na bedne sa utumo na dia para si Hattig gi CLTC. Lugay gipawag sa adlob na staff assistant para magahaga. Gyoto tikulo, sigaw ni report gin ni Office of the Public Auditor, iman may lihi sa may maapunta siya ng opisyal gobernamento sa todo esta matatizi ilay no David Matsuri at si Ethics and Government na finanagwi. Lo lengay opia nagwaha siya kulantisent sumilong gi ilay ni temanagwaha minita per penya para 17 mamanos gineste na reglamento za ni uno matarya para manasiguro na makumpli esti. Manota talo ni OPA na itaymano na para makonsigil zonya audit sa para makontak kada uno na ahensya para matsuli informasyon. Rekomenda i OPA na i Guam Ethics Commission humaapunta para manasiguri ni komplasi. Gyutumu, gimapos na taluan ng sablo managwaha memorial gi Fish Eye Marine Park sa Asan para si Kenneth Bigby, 55 anyos na edad. Imanggatsong niya oto siya na manliliov dan manggatsong niya ginitsetso sa Manistaba para ma-honra sa fan manay tribute para este na liliov ni mga agang Randy. Nurin por KUAM gidya 23 gabrid utumu na malii si Bigby. Gidespues san may na ahensya siya manhuzong para maligo si Bigby. Kunturi Guam Fire zan Guam Police ng Departamento siya US Coast Guard zan Navy dive lockers sa makondukto ginaligo gita sing Tangison zan Yurizanya. Manhalom na lugar na lumiyo si Bigby. Mana posible memorial ni member ni Guam Tropical Dive Station ni lugar ni ginamatsotso si Bigby para sa nanako na tempo. Para Guam News Network, Walsikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
You are grooving along with us here on a Tuesday morning. Welcome to The Link, everybody. Jason Salas here. Chris Barnett in studio, as is DJ Joser behind the cameras. Sabrina Salas-Matanani, thankfully now out of the quarantine facility in the friendly confines of Tumon Bay. She's back home and joining us remotely via Jigo. And also joining us in the Zoom room is a new friend and someone who I'm sure is a very welcome addition to the hardworking staff at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Their new public information officer, May Habib. May, half a day and hello to you.
Half a day, buenos, Jason, and hello, everybody on Guam.
Well, congratulations first on getting the position, and let's just contextualize this a little bit for the viewers. All four of us were talking in this, and we were trying to remember when the last time GMH actually had an official PIO was, because, Lord knows Lillian's been doing like a million different things there as the administrator and CEO and everything like that. But I believe it was maybe 6 or 7 years ago when Connor Murphy last was like, kind of like the adjunct spokesperson and everything like that. So, they're very lucky to have you, and certainly you're going to take a lot of work off of Lillian's very responsible shoulders.
Yes, and she's the CEO. She's got a lot of priorities. There's a lot going on at GMH. This little thing called COVID that we're still battling. A new GMH coming our way, and so she's got her priorities, and I've got mine. Of course, I think there was no time like the present to bring in a public information officer.
And of course, you have a real good pulse for the community, having been a journalist now for like maybe better part of like a year and a half here on the island and everything like that. So I guess before we go into like all the mechanics of the GMH stuff and everything like that, what drew you to the hospital and what made you want to serve the island as working with healthcare?
That's a really interesting question. Obviously, I was previously a journalist, and I think I'll always be at heart. And I went on maternity leave, and of course was looking for like a different kind of flexibility in terms of having a baby and starting a family. And this opportunity came up at GMH, and I think the staff here, even when I was interviewing Lillian, when I was on the other side of the camera, they're just so hardworking and they just kept going. And there were so many great stories at GMH that were not told that I'd honestly find out about by fluke. And I'm like, there's so much goodness that's coming out of there. It's just the rigmarole of the everyday that sort of pushes aside these wonderful stories and these real life people that are showing up every single day. And during the height of COVID, these doctors and these nurses and these environmental staff and these facilities management staff showed up every single day, no matter what it meant as a risk to them. And I was like, how could I not want to be a part of that? How I just got here, but the stories out of GMH, I really can't wait to tell the real stories of GMH.
Well, fantastic. Well, and if I can be so bold and everything like that, we are going to need your A game every single day, considering, these are very, very tense times. And, like the agency you're with now is probably one of the most critical in the government. So, it's good to be working with you, and congratulations on getting there.
Thank you very much, Jason. And you just call me anytime and I'll be here.
Oh, fantastic. And we appreciate the accessibility. So that having been said, if we can go ahead and get into, some of the numbers and everything like that, can you give us an update on what, the current COVID census is? Because, in the past couple of weeks, we had those clusters stemming from the basketball game and then the well-chronicled Tsubaki Tower thing. Officials have said, when the hospitalizations get up into the double digits and once it hits 10 sustained, that's cause for concern, and that's when some decisions are going to have to be made. They've been like as high as 7. So where are they right now?
At GMH, we've got 4 COVID patients, 1 that's in the ICU, 2 that are in the ICU actually, but 1 more stable, and 1 in our med-surg and 1 in our telemetry unit. So we've got 4 total, and it's been kind of hovering around 4 or 5 here at GMH for the past at least 2 weeks.
Okay, outstanding. And it also is hospital week and everything, and kind of like, fittingly so, as we went through a very, very rough fall season, and then things fortunately got better and everything. This actually gives the staff there a chance to exhibit, the services and the commitment that you guys all have to the community, but also for the community to kind of like, openly thank you and give back. How is hospital week? What was the preparation like? And, what are things there? Because I know for a fact when my dad was in the hospital, the GMH Hospital Week had like the most insane fiesta tables.
Yes.
They went big.
So, yeah, I still haven't, I've been here basically the entire time COVID has been on Guam. So I haven't really truly experienced the fiesta, but I'm looking forward to it. But, I just got here last week, and I will say we had a committee for National Hospital Week that put together as much virtual games as possible. I've heard previously that GRMC and Naval Hospital and, of course, GMH would get together and they'd have like these fun, friendly competitions for National Hospital Week. Obviously, we're living in a different time and COVID is very much our reality right now, but we're still trying to enjoy it as much as we can. Last year, it was kind of kiboshed because really we were in the thick of COVID during this time. But this year, the hospital committee, we had opening ceremonies yesterday. People were recognized. Every day is like a theme day. I don't know if you can see, but I'm wearing a Guam Memorial Hospital Authority National Hospital t-shirt. So everybody at GMH is like painted green today because we're all wearing these t-shirts in unity. Yesterday was like twin days, and then there's these online raffles and Jeopardy games to really get people going. I think, ultimately good morale and good teamwork means excellent healthcare delivery, and we've got the staff and we've got the excellent medical, clinical, and behind the scenes people working here, and keeping that morale high and people engaged and thanking them, like you said, for their work goes a long way.
I'm gonna ask you, May, if you can, maybe just pedal back to your previous work as a reporter and everything, and as the new girl on staff and everything like that. Not as a member of the team, but like walking into the environment that you're in right now, and considering what the nurses, the physicians, the administration and everything that agency had been through with, such hard times last fall, if not last year in its entirety. What do you get for a sense of the morale there, of the esprit de corps, if you will?
It's really interesting you say that, Jason, or ask that. When I came in here, the first thing I noticed is how happy and like positive people are. And, I was expecting sort of like, man, we've been in this fight for a year. It's been a long time. And yes, absolutely. People are tired and they want the community to, get vaccinated and still be cautious. The fight is not over for COVID. So definitely there's still sentiments of we're still in this fight. The game's not over. But I will say that people are positive and people are hopeful for a better tomorrow. I think, I think there will always be a need for more. We need, more equipment, more nurses, more everything. But I think generally what we have and who we have within the walls of this hospital, they're just doing their best every single day. And they show up ready to fight and keep fighting.
I love how you use that word, like the fight, because we've heard that, through numerous interviews that we did, not just at GMH, but people in healthcare. And they're like, this is why we signed up to do this. This is why we chose this profession. And, we're going to have to, join in the fight and keep fighting. And on that note, Lillian obviously has like a pretty big job today when the meeting happens at 2:30 down at Adelup for the spending plan and everything like that. So have you any insight to give on, on how she is going to fight for the money from the American Recovery Plan and how GMH will be able to avail from potentially, as we've heard, 200 million, potentially 330 million to be used for the hospital and possibly a new hospital?
I think ultimately the spending is at the discretion of the governor's office, and we really do respect that. I think the governor has made it really clear that she wants a big chunk of that money to be allocated to a new GMH. And the reality is we're going to need that money to get there. The governor made it very public yesterday during, her proclamation signing for National Hospital Week that she wants shovels in the ground, groundbreaking by late 2022. And to get there, of course, you need the money to get there. So in terms of that big discretion, we're GMH. Of course, we're going to support any money that comes our way for a new hospital. The only real ask that we've made in terms of that spending is a $12 million ask from the ARP, and that went straight to the governor's office. And 10 million of that would be making up for, lost revenues from last year. I think everybody knows the OPA report came out, which we submitted all the information for. There was a $10 million loss for GMH last year because COVID's expensive. The expenses went up. The revenues went down from elective surgeries and much more. And so 10 million would be for that. And then 2 million in relation to salvaging and demolishing Z-Wing. The Canadian Z, I'm sorry, but the Z-Wing, the American is a Z.
Well, you can Z-Wing, say with the numbers not to 9, and I'd understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that's really like, in terms of skin in the game, that was our ask, is the $12 million. Absolutely. We will support any major part of that funding that will come our way for a new GMH.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like, these are real remarkable times because all 15 senators are of the same mind in how they want to approach this meeting today. Like all 15 of them are going to all be present. They all signed off on the letter, which is, like a remarkable achievement in and of itself. And of course, from the administration side, like the cabinets all got their plans and they've all kind of, had to like give and take about how the money's going to be spent. If it gets down to negotiations and, you have to kind of like alter your plan and everything like that, I would say you guys probably have a bigger bartering chip with the state of the world being what it is today than most. So, has Lillian even indicated, if the numbers start to like, if they start to do like a game of give and take and everything, I'm sure she's not going to budge.
Again, ultimately, it is the governor's discretion. So I feel like the back and forth really is between the governor and the senators who are trying to have their say in where the priorities should be. And people have different opinions in the community as well. People think that all of the money should be going directly to people and be given to the hands of people for today. But I think we know that GMH is old. It is no secret. This is an over 50-year-old building. We need a new GMH for good healthcare delivery, for modernized healthcare delivery. What we deliver here at GMH is fantastic. But the way I compare it is we've got Formula One drivers in a 1983 Toyota Corolla. We want to give those people the infrastructure, the modern infrastructure that also meets modern building codes. This is a really, really old building. Mm-hmm. And so I think the priority is really clear in terms of needing a new GMH. Absolutely. There's a big ticket in terms of the dollar sign that goes with that. Again, no secret, the Army Corps report made it really public, but they too were supportive of building a whole new GMH. That is the best way to use our resources. It's most cost efficient. It's the best way to get building codes is to start from scratch. So, of course, we're going to support anything that brings money our way for a new GMH.
Okay, excellent. I want to shift from maybe like, kind of the obligatory political side to maybe now the operational is for people that are listening like that and they want to avail of GMH's services. Have there been any changes operationally to the visiting hours? I know that was kind of like up in the air and it changed a few times in the last few months. The visitation is still limited, I believe. I'm going to confirm that, but we're still limited in our visitation. Elective surgeries, however, have gone back in full force. Of course, there's like a big backlog of elective surgeries, so that's what they're working to get through now. But visitation is still limited. Okay. Are there any types of services that GMH provided previously that have opened up since last? I was going to say since last we spoke, but like since the last time we had Lillian on.
So again, elective surgeries are back. I know rehabilitation in-house has also come out. Outpatient rehabilitation, I believe, has moved to the SNU, and I think it might be staying there. And so, of course, I mean, GMH has learned a lot in terms of its own operations through COVID, what works best, what is best left off-site, what's best in-house. I will say that there was a lot of shifting of human resources within the hospital to accommodate COVID. In the height of COVID, when we had dozens of people here, the whole hospital had to be shifted. So people moved, the gift shop was shut down so that it could be used for non-COVID patients so that COVID patients can have isolated rooms and proper, negative air pressure rooms. So, the operation itself is getting back to it. Almost all the units are actually back in their home spaces, which makes them very happy, of course. It's like you being in your own home after traveling for a long time. You're like, okay, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to know where all my cups and all my plates are.
Sabrina
and, where
can completely empathize with that, having just been through quarantine.
Exactly. You're just like happy to get there. And that's it. So everybody's getting back to normal operations and everybody's moving back to their own homes. It's been a slow and steady progress. I think that's also a positive reflection of how much GMH has actually changed itself to accommodate COVID patients. Should there be, God forbid, an influx again, we're ready. We've got the rooms ready. We've got everything ready and we have the playbook now.
Okay, so final question. I know this has come up maybe once or twice in the last year, but especially when things were at their worst, like manpower is always going to be like an issue. There were nurses brought in from the States who were here on temporary contracts, and they had glowing reviews to say about like GMH's entire staff, their dedication, their attitude, the don't quit motif that they all shared and everything like that. As far as career opportunities and everything, I know Chris brought this up maybe once or twice. If people are considering, getting into healthcare and they want to work at GMH and they want to serve the island and everything like that, are we back up to a point of maybe normal hiring at this point?
Yeah, I think that there is always, always a need for healthcare, or healthcare workers, of course, frontline and behind the scenes. Definitely nurses. We still actually have traveling nurses, Jason, like you talked about, way less than when we had during the height of the pandemic, like you mentioned, and there was a true need then, and there's still a true need now as we, of course, transition back to normal operations with less COVID in the community and less of a COVID census within the hospital. We are always looking for great healthcare staff. I think nurses UOG generates the most wonderful nurses, and they are often poached off island, and it is our mission to keep them here and keep our homegrown talent. So yes, any of the graduating nurses, we're happy to have you here. Just give us a call. And, of course, there's always room for doctors and medical staff, and I think anybody who's willing should be applying.
All right. Well, we're very well said. Well, May, let me say again, congratulations. Happy belated Mother's Day to you. And, we've appreciated and admired your work as a fellow journalist and as a colleague and everything like that. And obviously you bring the positive energy, and the enthusiasm into the job. But, you're on a team of rock stars over there. We really believe it.
I believe it. Absolutely. These are heroes. I can't say this enough, honestly. Like Hospital Week isn't enough to thank everybody that's working here, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, for the few moments of peace and quiet that you guys do get there, and I know they're few and far between and everything like that, we hope that your team at GMH like sincerely appreciates or is receptive of the appreciation that we, the community, have for you. So congratulations once again, and thanks, and we look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Jason. Talk to you soon. Call me anytime.
All right. Thanks so much. That's Maya Beeb, the new public information officer at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Going to do good things over there, and we are going to return to work when The Link continues right after this.
Looking for KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@kuam.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Don't bother dialing my number. I told you once and I'll tell you again. I don't care about how he hurt you. I told you, hurt me the first time. You think it's okay to be friends. To really
Hey, good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Hey, we're looking over, well, you were looking over some of the guidance on this American Rescue Plan funding. You know, they should just start saying 550 to 610-ish million. But it's funny, you think about, that's a lot of wiggle, I mean, a huge amount of wiggle room, right? As we were anticipating 664, Treasury came out and said
553.5.
Right. And then Adelup had countered, I think, with Crystal Pagos and Augustine, the communications director, sending something from Ed Byrne that said, oh, well, there's still other funding that we're getting down the line, so it should all balance out. But the number they had thrown out was $604 million, right? Well, we're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay.
Yeah.
Right there. And that big meeting happening 2:30, depends on who you ask. They told the Republicans 2:30, the Democrats 2. They told Moylan and Joanne Brown, oh, it's at 5 o'clock. Is that just
You're
funny?
bad.
Is that just funny to us? Oh. Anyway, so what was that guidance you were telling me about, though?
I took it down. I cleared my computer. I'd have to pull it back up.
So anyway, in this guidance from Treasury, they basically tell all the state and territory governments like how they can spend this money. And then one of the ways that they can spend this money, and this is really, I mean, really just putting this point out here to remind some people how fortunate they are. One of the ways that they're able to spend this money for state governments is to hire people, because if you read this guidance, it says that a lot of state governments laid off government workers because of the pandemic, right? I mean, we didn't have that situation here in Guam. We were hiring. We were hiring a digital engagement manager. We're hiring a special assistant for the infrastructure. We're giving $10,000 pay adjustments. So it's a little bit of a different story here on Guam, but I just wanted to put it in perspective for you guys, just to know that we're very blessed here, whether it's Santa Maria Kamalin or, you know, pandering to government employees because of the upcoming election. I don't know which one it is, but whatever. It is what it is. So there you go. So in some state governments actually laid off government workers, which, I mean, it's tragic, right? But here, a lot of our government workers got paid to stay home and pandemic. It's our culture, guys. It's our culture. It's an Afamalik, okay? But, you know, a lot of government employees didn't just stay home and get paid. A lot of them went out and did the work, like Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department. Never stopped working. We never stopped working. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, off a day. Good
Hey,
morning, sir.
right
Good
on.
morning, Sabrina. Welcome
Good
back.
morning. Thanks.
How's the quarantine treating you? You good?
Well, yeah. Government quarantine wasn't so bad, but I was ready to go. And so, yeah, last night I got the call that I could be released to home quarantine. So here I am at home.
Yep. It's good. It's good to see that you're okay and everything. So welcome home. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. So I guess we'll just start with this high speed chase, Sarge.
Yeah. We did have an officer involved shooting that occurred on Sunday morning, shortly before 4 a.m. Now, this initiated as a stolen vehicle pursuit started in the central precinct or the central area of Mahina, which led to officers from the Tumon Tumuni Precinct Command and the Dededo Precinct Command assisting with this pursuit as the pursuit ensued in from the central proper of Mahina to Tumuning, Harmon, Dededo, and Jigo. And at some point in time during the pursuit while in the Dededo area by Chalancota, the vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, had rammed two official vehicles. One of them, was assigned to the Central Precinct Command, and the other was assigned to the Tumon Tumuni Precinct Command. 3 officers engaged by discharging their issued firearms, their duty firearms. 2 officers were from the Central Precinct Command, and 1 was from the Tumon Tumuni Precinct Command. The individuals were later apprehended at a home along Chalan Nemsley. We did make an arrest on 26-year-old Luis Camacho for charges of theft of a motor vehicle, reckless driving, aggravated assault on a police officer, and eluding a police officer. The other individual that was arrested was 20-year-old Ilani Kaylin Wright. She was charged for burglary to a vehicle, assault on a police officer, resisting arrest, criminal facilitation, and guilt established by complicity. Both individuals were subsequently booked and confined. Being that this is an officer-involved shooting, our detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division and, of course, our Internal Affairs section were activated to assume their respective portions of the case. So this is an ongoing investigation. Although we did make an arrest, we still are working with our detectives and our Internal Affairs investigation.
So is it because the firearm was discharged, that's just kind of a routine that an IA is launched? One thing I noticed though was in the magistrate's complaint, there wasn't any reference to, the officers having opening fire on these suspects, but it's in the release. Why the difference?
The Magic report is pretty much to get the from the AG site. Our officers did indicate that the officers had engaged with the use of the firearms. Because of the fact, just going back to your question, because going back that the officers were placed on administrative leave, there's a joint investigation with the criminal aspect and, of course, the administrative. But we did indicate that in the report that shots were fired by the officers. I don't know why the Magic report didn't indicate that with the findings, because that had to be prepared for the confinement and, of course, moving forward with the rights to due process for the individuals that were arrested.
So when they opened fire, it wasn't enough to get these suspects, right? So did any of the where did the bullets go? I mean, were they aiming for the tires or
This is still ongoing. So, there's it's the dynamics of the situation. So again, we'll release our findings. We've been very transparent with all our officers involved shooting. Our last incident, of course, was the Tumuning incident with Mr. Tatao. So, we will provide the findings as it is developed in both our criminal and, of course, our administrative portions. So again, this is still ongoing to determine the avenue of the investigation, but we are also in contact with the Office of the Attorney General in regards to this incident.
Mm-hmm. And why again would the AG's office be contacted? Is it part of the IA investigation?
So we have two major aspects here. One is of course, the arrest of the two individuals, and of course, should any criminal findings and everything, our detectives work closely with them in the event there's also wrongdoing. So, being that this is the preliminary stage, remember this is a joint investigation in both a criminal aspect and an administrative aspect, so that we can determine whether there was criminal wrongdoings in either or, and of course, any violation of policies and procedures from the officer, as we've done and before in previous class of any officer involved shooting.
Is Chalancota, is it a populated area?
Is that a druggy area, Sarge?
No, yeah. Chalancota, a lot of people refer to Chalancota as Magic Mountain. I don't know if you ever experienced that when you were young, got your first license, you go to Chalancota and you go to the lift. So that's a very rural area.
Rural.
Bree, that's where I did the dirty politics with all the abandoned vehicles. It's a land trust area. Right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the greenery from the roadway, but you take a few steps into the jungle line and you find the remains of human beings, ancient human beings.
Sarge, are you able to deter, or can you say how many shots were fired?
Not at this time. This is really still, the incident did occur on Sunday, so we are still in our preliminary state of the investigation. So, our forensic science division, we're out there at the scene to include even our highway investigators. So, we are still putting everything into perspective with the investigation.
But in terms of the two suspects, none of them were hit with gunfire.
No, they were confined. None of them were,
injured or anything.
Yeah, medical treatment and stuff. So we were able to get them into the Department of Corrections. So, it was really dynamic. The report in itself was, I believe, 2:00. They reported the vehicle was stolen, and we were able to, locate the vehicle in the ordered area. And of course, that's where the pursuit started, was in the mean area. So.
Right. Yeah. I thought that was interesting, the way that you guys were able to track the vehicle, because the cell phone was still in the car. Right. And so it was pinging in order to track where the car was at. So.
Yeah. So the victims in this case were able to work closely with our customer officer. So, providing the play-by-play, and of course, giving the updated registry of the phone in itself, was provided, really aided this investigation. I mean, the intent really, as the case progresses, we'll probably see towards, the intent of the two individuals that were in the car, as to why, we can only wait and see, to give them their rights to due process, of course.
Sarge, this Anthony Luis P. Camacho was just a little bit over on April 9th. He was arrested for theft of a motor vehicle, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, retail theft, confiscated contraband, possession, Schedule 2, fraudulent use of a license plate. Anthony Luis P. Camacho. So he's one of the guys, remember when I don't know if it's you or Sergeant or Major Anton we had on, but he was one of the guys that they busted down south. They took him up, and then he was booked and released because DOC had this non-confinement of nonviolent offenses policy, which they're now reversing, right? But is there any frustration on the part that this could have been avoided had this guy been, being seated?
Not, the guys and girls in the Guam Police Department, we understand wholeheartedly. We do hear the frustration of the officers who do the processing and have to go over the book and the release, but understanding the full picture, right? Major Antoine had expressed that it's really, should an outbreak occur at the Department of Correction, who's going to be the ones that's going to have to sit and entertain this and address this is going to be pretty much on the personnel of the Department of Correction. So seeing where they were going and help and really assessing, and of course the mitigation process at the onset of when we were at our peak with the COVID-19 issue. And of course, DOC was experiencing it. And I personally, as a citizen, that's the last thing I wanted to hear, was really an outbreak happening within our prisons, because we were seeing it stateside, and to give felons, individuals who are convicted and are going to the due process, waiting their adjudication, to be released back into the community while, not fulfilling their their full-term sentence, I think was going to be an issue that the community did not want to see. So seeing the leadership with the Department of Correction and of course reaching out to the Department of the Guam Police Department and the Office of the Attorney General, where nonviolent offenders were going to be booked and released, was a way in which they saw fit in mitigating COVID-19. And of course, the frustration of the officers were voiced. It was, understanding what we needed to do in our end. Chief Steven Ignacio had, assured the community that even our officers were provided training with Department of Public Health and the Guam Memorial Hospital in being able to test our arrestees should we go into confinement. Also, we were also doing our mitigation process because, we were exposed to arrestees back in the onset of COVID, where we had no information that these guys were, these individuals were positive of COVID. So now we are equipped. We have equipped our personnel to be able to test for the confinement of arrestees and also personnel who may be exposed to COVID-19. But we're hearing the concerns and the frustrations from the officers. But I think there's an understanding now that we're going to be working with DOC, that these repeat offenders that we're seeing are going to be confined so that they can be seen, and of course their cases be adjudicated, and of course go to the magistration report. And should the court see that these guys need to stay a little bit longer in the Department of Correction, then that's where we work closely with the Office of the Attorney General.
Paul, is there any update, anything new with drug testing at GPD? When we spoke with the chief last week, out of the 115, 0 returned positive, but there was still several more officers that needed to be tested. And
yeah, we were trying to hit 100% capacity with our sworn and of course our civilian employees. Catching the precinct was an issue with DOA because of the shift change and the timing. So that's been addressed. So, fortunately, I was, everybody that submitted to a test, this is one of the tests where we don't want to score high on. So our test came back. A lot of the individuals, everybody that was tested so far has, there was nothing significant to report. So that's a good thing. The chief has been committed with providing these types of, transparency with the officers. And of course, I, for one, being in law enforcement for the last 20 some years, to know that we have, officers within the rank that are, we do our due diligence in taking this off the street, and we have officers that may be facing addiction. This is a great way to root these out and, provide the assistance. And so unfortunately, we are a designated test subject or test employee. So, I think this keeps everybody in line, of course, upholds the integrity of each individual that chooses to pursue this path in law enforcement. But it's good, we're going to be working with DOA so that we can hit the precincts that have missed or that because of scheduling, we're going to be working with them. So Chief is, he's geared at getting that 100% compliant with every officer, every sworn officer, and of course, every civilian employee with the Guam Police Department. But so far we're tracking, it looks good for our department.
So far, anyone test positive?
None to report at this time. So everybody that has been tested has tested negative.
Okay, that's good.
What are the substances?
Saying about I'm sorry?
Sorry, what are the substances that they test for?
Everything that's illegal that we're not permitted to have. Although that cannabis is illegal, it's still considered a Schedule 1 under the federal standard. And of course, because we are designated test employees, that's one of the substances that we are banned. Yeah. Unless you are, being seen or being treated medically, that you do have a prescription, and that can be taken into consideration for those medications that are prescribed. But you do have to have a doctor's notification, and you do have to be under current care of a licensed physician. But
even
those that are banned are scheduled subjects, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 3. So we want to assure the community that, again, we want to uphold the highest standards of integrity within the Guam Police Department.
So medicinal marijuana, is that okay, not okay?
Well, you have to have, be currently under a licensed care of a medical profession, and of course, be under the prescription. So, whether you were doing it, you were prescribed a substance, right, that's listed in the schedule. Then, if you were on that last year and you're still, you may have some lingering around, but you're not under medical care, then, that may be something of a concern that we may have to look into. But, again, it's standard practice. DOA will explain in detail as to who employee that may be under medical care, current care, will have these indicators when they do tests.
Yeah, I remember that was something that the chief said, that there are reporting requirements for officers or staff that have prescription meds. So they're supposed to already let GPD know.
Yeah. Sarge, though, if you're on,
I'm sorry.
If you're on the
just to reiterate, you can't be under painkillers and everything and not report it to your immediate supervisor, and you take the risk of operating a vehicle, and then technically you're DWI. So if you have an injury, if you're seeing medical care that's going to require you not to operate a vehicle, we'll take that into consideration of the job specification for that specific employee or officer.
So, speaking of DWI, go ahead, Chris.
No, go ahead, Bree.
No, because this was kind of unrelated.
No, it's always related. Are you talking about Officer Dennis Santos?
No. I was going to ask about the resolution today, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. So what about the resolution, Sarge? There's a DWI, right? The driving impaired month or something?
I'm sorry, Chris, I can't hear you. I hear Sabrina with your question again, sir?
You mentioned DWI, so isn't there, or as we speak, there should be something going on at the legislature today for the click it or ticket program, right? So what does the GPD have planned?
So we do have a schedule that's out. I'm not going to tell you but we are going to be providing awareness, public awareness. We do have scheduled next week events with the scope. I apologize. My years away from highway, I forgot the acronym of scope. I will reach out to them, but we are going to be doing click it or ticket and of course distracted driving as we move. And again, we asked this question about DWI checkpoints and stuff, right? And it's usually around this time where we have Memorial Day, we kick off the summertime and everything, that we start kicking these federal initiatives such as click it or ticket, scope, impaired driving, and of course distracted driving. So we work closely with Department of Public Works. Our ladies from Office of Highway Safety, we work closely with our Guam officers from the GPD Highway Patrol Division. So, this is something in which you're going to see an uptick of enforcement, whether it be speed, whether it just be people are being flagged in for not using their seatbelt. Seatbelts do save lives, and also having kids in the proper car restraints. Car seats are really important. My son is 4 years old and he still has to sit in the throne, and we make sure that we check everybody is buckled up and we stay at a safe speed of 35. But this is the campaign. It's the season where we start moving into our enforcement. Hopefully by next month we'll be seeing more information about DWI sobriety checkpoints that should be coming out to the community.
What about that? Are the Arizona public safety officers coming back for the wet lab training?
That's when we have our training. So, yeah.
Because Chris is volunteering.
One of the things that, because we asked them, was that now that we've moved into legalization of cannabis, how do we test for that, right? So
where's the weed goggles?
Great opportunity, but the A-Ride, the events, roadside impaired drug enforcement or driving enforcement, it's really when our officers have that tool under their belt, not only are we able to detect those that choose to drink, consume alcohol, but because of the use and the legalization of recreational cannabis, our officers now can detect if you're driving under the influence of cannabis, methamphetamine. So, the A-Ride training is a step above the standardized sobriety test training for just alcohol. So we're seeing an uptick in that, and the use and the dependency of opioids and prescription drugs, we're seeing that too in the community. So we want to assure the safety of the community by arming and of course providing that training to our officers because, I mean, you know, we're the ones that's going to be the first contact with these individuals, and hopefully we can save a life by taking those that choose to drive impaired off of the streets.
Wait, did you say that there might be a training where
With
you
cannabis?
guys would be yeah.
That was proposed. So, you know, we asked that question when they were here, and it's like, I don't think they've done anything like that in Arizona.
Well, Sarge, I'm your guy. I'm here for you. You know, I just want to give back to the community.
That'd be a great test subject. So, you know, I mean, it's I know our guys.
No
from Highway
edibles, though.
Patrol
I
are
don't mess
gearing
with
up.
edibles.
Yeah. So, you know, Will Parkinson and I were also in the subcommittee for the Cannabis Commission. So we were the ones that came up with the 10
Sarge,
FAQs.
I have a feeling they're going to drug test you this morning if they find out you're hanging out with Will Parkinson.
Hey, you know me, man. I didn't score high in that test, so I'm good.
All right. Well, we got to run. So any DUI checkpoints this weekend?
We are not this weekend, but we are going to be having our scope enforcement and our click it or ticket and distracted driving. So, you know, the resolution is there to provide awareness. So please, you know, do your part, put your cell phones down, pay attention to the road, make sure your loved ones, your precious cargo are well taken care of, buckle them up, you know, keep them in the car seats because car seats do save lives. So, you know, we can do this. You know, I am going to be sending a report out for fatalities. I have one coming out hopefully by today. So, you know, our guys are, aside from the enforcement, we still have to entertain our fatal crashes that we do investigate. So let's bring our numbers down. I think it's the first fatality of the year. So we are going to be putting something out hopefully by today.
Which one is that?
Was that an auto bid?
That is an auto bid. You are correct.
Okay. Like as in an arrest?
Unfortunately, there was no arrest that was been made. I just got the closure of the report from our investigators from the Highway Patrol Division.
Oh, Sarge, did you hear anything that we had Dr. Hoa on, and he had said that there was an accident where the driver had, what they think the driver had suffered from hypoxia because he had COVID. So they had like a blackout due to low oxygen level, and then he crashed. I don't know, but it wasn't a fatality.
No. Was this the recent fatal for COVID?
I think it might have been that he made it past with COVID. I don't know. I'll go find out because the other media is listening, and I don't want to give it away.
No. Sorry. But we'll find out more from our end. But I do have one report that I'm going to be working on generating and putting it out there for the closure from our Highway Patrol Division. But I also have the 2020 cases that I've updated. So we'll be putting a full spreadsheet out to show the closure and, of course, the causation.
Thank you, Sarge.
Roger that. You guys take care. Stay safe, please. God bless.
All right, stay safe.
There you go. Sergeant Paul Tapau. We're going to take a quick break, and Jason Solis is going to drive the bus home with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center as part of Mental Health Awareness Month. And then we'll come back and say bye-bye. Okay, 9:37. Again, this is the link. Quick break, and Jason Solis is next. Good morning.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Well, everything you want to know is like everything, anything, showing like the world is for you.
everybody. Welcome back to The Link on a Tuesday morning here. We continue to talk about various aspects that affect our island way of life. And since May is Mental Health Awareness Month, we are bringing in our friends from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center each and every Tuesday here during the month to talk about the services they provide and for giving us a chance to say thank you to them. And we are bringing in two ladies right now with Project Tulaika, who is providing a variety of services, and they always had. But maybe one of the things that's been so critical is how has this initiative changed given the pandemic? We're not able to congregate the way we normally do. We're not able to communicate. And how has that made the very delicate steps of giving someone counsel and advising them and treating them for the various behavioral things that we may go through? But let's talk to the experts themselves. We have Helen Onodera and Alyssa Roberto. So Helen, Hafaday, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Oh, we're very happy to have you here. Helen is, of course, the project director and lead care coordinator, Alyssa Roberto. Alyssa, I'm sure that title gives you a heck of a lot of responsibility.
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah, so basically your LinkedIn profile says, I'm someone who cares and I'm very compassionate about doing the best job I can for Guam. That's your LinkedIn profile right there.
Yeah.
Well, and very, very well deserved. So, we've been mentioning going all the way back to last year when we were talking about the Guam Crisis Hotline, which, by the way, everybody can find at 647-8833. Ladies, just about, what the volume of traffic was and the inbound calls to the line before. And I think they said it was maybe, 2 or 3 a day on a busy day. And last fall, because the situation was so tense, you guys were getting like 30 or 40 calls?
Yeah, it definitely increased since the pandemic. Yeah, the numbers have just been escalating. I think I was invited to talk about the hotline sometime last year, and was saying that it was the numbers did increase. And with every executive order, we do see the numbers increase a little bit more. I don't know what the numbers are recently, but I know that it's still been a steady flow. We, again, since the pandemic started, we continue to operate in crisis services. So we do provide crisis services 24/7. Project Tulaika is part of the crisis rotation. So we definitely see an influx in our intakes as well as our hotline.
And I think that's maybe the one thing that people need to realize is even though, as we as a community battle COVID, I mean, it is obviously a physical disease and a virus. The mental health component to that doesn't exactly go away when you get the vaccine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So as subsequently, the volume of calls at your operations, or the number of jobs or the number of cases that you've had to do, may, if you were to chart it out, didn't exactly subside as quickly, if at all.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, hey, we continue to pray for you guys, and again, we're a very grateful community, and we recognize the hard work and the devotion that you guys have shown. Can you maybe talk about some of the other services that Project Tulaika provides and how you've had to kind of shift those operationally?
I could talk about the services and how we've shifted during the pandemic. So prior to us entering this crisis stabilization service, we used to offer our care coordination just Monday 8 through 5, but we've been able to adjust, being able to telework, being able to be more accessible to our consumers, being able to use Zoom instead of just having them come to the department. We've been able to conduct intake and orientations over the phone. Again, as Helen mentioned, we have the crisis schedule ongoing. So consumers being able to call in or come in during 24 hours, we always have our frontline staff ready to assist. We have a partnership with Department of Public Health where we wanted to increase access to services. So prior to the pandemic, we would be at the northern and southern regional community health centers just 2 or 3 days out of the week. But now we've been able to attend our outreach we've been able to have outreach initiatives at the vaccination clinics, the testing sites, whether the testing sites are at the schools or any community venue. We've been able to be there conduct screenings to see whether they would need further assistance with Guam Behavioral Health. And even with family meetings that we used to have, we've been able to work with families, possibly using mayor's offices to meet there, or using Zoom. So we definitely adjusted, we shifted, and we still want to continue offering services to our consumers, despite the heightened anxiety of, oh my gosh, I don't know if I feel comfortable going to the department. Well, that's okay. We're here virtually, and we're so ready to serve you.
That's wonderful. Ladies, would you guys be able to maybe just maybe like classify like the number of requests or inquiries or cases to which you're assigned and everything like that? How are those being categorized right now in terms of the crisis that you're dealing with? Because I know, and again, Helen, you broke down for us like in staggering detail last year. Like of course, like law enforcement and social workers were really concerned about domestic violence possibly going up because everybody was locked in. Suicidal thoughts, like was a very big concern. So like, what are you guys seeing now in terms of the cases that you respond to?
We definitely see an influx of, it seems it's definitely a steady increase in acute cases. But Project Taleika, we just had our annual or quarterly meeting in which our data is presented for the services that Project Taleika does. And it was consistent that a majority of the youth and young adults that we work with are at increased experiencing depression and anxiety. And again, as Alyssa and her colleagues work with these youth and young adults, it is consistent with what we see nationally in that, the uncertainty of employment, the uncertainty of housing, the uncertainty of school. What does that look like? And so we're still getting our fair share of our work, and we're, and so that's why we were challenged to think of ways to continue to meet them in addressing their needs.
Yeah, I heard a couple weeks ago there was it's not an official case, but somebody just told me that they said one particular student was forced to do the virtual learning, and after maybe like 5 or 6 months, and everybody said all of his friends were this person was a model student, like always very energetic and positive, and like never had any signs of being morose or depressed or anything like that. And then because of having to stay in and not being able to get out and exercise, put on a few pounds and became extremely self-conscious and almost like frustrated and embarrassed and everything like that, and then began to suffer from like real serious depression because they were worried, when I get back and see my friends, am I gonna be made fun of, or all the things that kids go through. And those are the kind of things I never would have even considered going into like last year. And I'm sure you guys see this and so much more.
Yes, definitely.
I was talking with the director of the agency, with JBWIC, Therese Ariola, like a couple weeks ago, and I guess I'll pose the same question to you. It's with law enforcement, we tend to say in journalism, who polices the police. In your case, with responding to these cases, how do you maybe counsel each other, or like the people who work on these very sensitive, often very sensitive or very troubling cases? When you go home at the end of the day, how do you make sure that that you guys aren't becoming like so affected that you're not able to do your job?
That's a great question. It's self-care that's continually emphasized here. Even after doing an intake or having a session, it's a matter of consulting with our colleagues and say, hey, this, can we just like sit here and just take a deep breath and kind of just talk about what just happened? Making sure, I know a lot of us outside of our work, make it a priority to exercise. That is what has kept most of us, feeling safe during this time. Also, when we do, part of our protocol is when we do go out into the community to respond to a community crisis, we do have some people who weren't part of the team who are on standby to provide that debriefing for us. Our hotline workers, we have staff to also provide debriefing after an intense call. So it happens inside inside the building, and it also happens outside when we go home. That's one thing we always emphasize to our team is, the work will always be there. But when you go home, unplug, I mean, even if it means not responding to your messages as soon as possible, just take a breath of fresh air. But that is very important. I think that's what kept me going, was knowing how to do that every once in a while and check in with myself.
Yeah. I really do want to commend our overall Jibwick team. We really do have a strong family, very strong family sense of, how do you say it? We're just like a big family here. We always check in with each other, regardless if we're to Leica, we have Project Link, we have our counseling division and community support. We all just collaborate with each other, check in, and we just keep a really good momentum going to ensure that we provide the quality services to our consumers, because we have to check in and make sure that we're able to provide services to everybody. So I'm really grateful that we have a strong team here, and I really look forward to how we're going to navigate going back to, this new normal that we have. But yeah, we really do check in with each other, and it really gives a lightened load on my shoulders, knowing that we have a team that cares for each other.
Well, I absolutely agree anecdotally about, like the fact that you guys are a family environment, because one of my first cousins was at behavioral health for quite a long time, and she's now moving to CPS, and she said it was a very tough decision to make.
Yeah, that's the silver lining in the crisis services. Again, when we put everyone together in one mass rotation, it wasn't, Ifema Guenta and Project Taleika. We weren't like separate. We all became part of this overall, like, all right, let's help the community. And so we did foster relationships, met new people, or met people who've always been here, but we never had the time to make relationship outside our four walls, right? Within each division. And so, through this pandemic, I think just being able to rely on each other and pull through and pull our weight has helped us a lot, has made the process a lot easier.
All right. Well, I like how you use the word time, and that kind of is the operative word, because I wish I could give you as much as you need, but unfortunately we are running out of it as the top of the hour is about 9 minutes away. So I'd like to give you guys, parting shots and final thoughts about, what Project Taleika's commitment is, and, how even though, pandemic has made things weird, certainly your commitment to providing, that quality care that people really need, even when they maybe don't realize it or don't want to ask for it, that has not wavered one iota.
Yeah, no, Project Taleika is here. We continue to be here. And like we said, even though we are not able, we do have, we can do face-to-face by appointments, but we are also providing telehealth services via video conference. And I think just to end, I think we just wanted to highlight several of our May mental health activities. So today, I think it's, I don't think there's any more room, but we have our stress management virtual training that's going on today. Just kind of wanted to give a shout out to that. Tomorrow we do have the lunch hour with Peace, and that's via Zoom. That's at 12 p.m. And then the ones we're looking forward to is this Friday, the Kite Festival, which is at the Adelup, the Governor's Complex from
I'm really looking forward to that.
6:30. Yeah.
I know there is an ongoing art competition. So if you guys can stay in touch with our social marketing outlets, I know that we're on Facebook and Instagram. So if you guys can check into those and be updated on the latest news on how to engage with these outreach initiatives, it would be great for the community to come out and support and just continue increasing awareness about mental health and how we can all come together as a community.
All right, ladies, thank you so much. Please stay strong. Keep doing what you're doing, because we as a community are better off for it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, please stay tuned, everybody. We got Cover Me coming up right after this.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Guys, 9:55. It's a great segment. Our Support the Local Music brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. And our Cover Me for this morning, special performance from Bert Javier. Good morning.
No, it ain't easy. These thoughts to leave me. There's no words to describe it. Your friend, you're in England. With diamonds they fade, and flowers they bloom. And I'm telling you, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways. They've been knocking me out, babe. Whenever you come around me, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways. I keep thinking that a moment's time will take them away. You know it ain't easy. These thoughts to leave me. Words to describe it. Your friend, you're in England. Diamonds they fade, and flowers they bloom. And I'm telling you, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways. They've been knocking me out, babe. Whenever you come around me, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways. I keep thinking that a moment's time will take them away. And diamonds they fade, flowers they bloom. And I'm telling you, your diamonds they fade, and flowers they bloom. And I'm telling you,
These thoughts do leave me, no words to describe it. French or English, the diamonds they fade, and flowers they bloom, and I'm telling you, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways, they've been knocking me out, babe. Whenever you come around me, these feelings won't go away. They've been knocking me sideways. I keep thinking that a moment's time, a time will take them away. Diamonds they fade, flowers they bloom, and I'm telling you, I'm telling you, your diamonds they fade, flowers they bloom, and I'm telling you.
Testing and vaccination today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tiedzin. It started about an hour ago. Goes until high noon. Please go there if you need to be tested or you need to get your vaccination shot. If you're down in Petey, from 9 to 3, Assumption of Our Lady of Church, they're having a vaccination clinic for villagers in the central village of Petey.
All right. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, guys.
Thanks. With feeling. Enjoy your home quarantine.
There's some oomph behind that.
Yeah.
How's it feel to be home?
Well, she has 30 seconds to answer, Jason.
Yeah.
Great.
Boom. Just like that. Hey, guys, we got your back with our KWAM News primetime newscast at 6. Of course, I'll be going live from the big meeting down at Adaloop. For Joe, Sir, Jason, the guys at Master Control, and Sabrina Salas Matanani, my name is Chris. This has been the Tuesday, May 11th episode of The Link. Be safe. Esta. Adios.
Bye.